Ayurveda is the oldest Indian system of medicine, date back 5,000 years. During the colonial regime, it got a drastic setback, but after independence, the government understood its importance, and now there is a separate ministry for Ayush, and there is separate department for Ayush in state government and central government. Today we are discussing Ayurveda empowering Kerala. It is a good topic to discuss in the platform of BioConnect 3.0 because in the second phase of bioscience, life science part, the CSIR NAST is constructing an R&D for Ayurveda also. And therefore, the aspirants can do business by using the R&D facility generated in the Bioscience Park. Today we are having 4 eminent panelists. Dr. Saji from Dhatri Ayurveda, Dr. Ajay George Varghese from BIFA Drugs and Laboratories, Sri Harinarayanan Nambudiri, Vice Chairman of Sridhariyam, and my colleague, former colleague, Dr. Rajmohan from Government Ayurveda College. 3 are from industry and 1 from academia. The first question is to Dr. Ajay. I understood that your company is a 9-decade company and you are a 3rd generation entrepreneur, and by the skillful involvement of yourself, you have expanded your business to various countries. And now you are having a lot of product export, and therefore my question is, in what ways the globalization influenced the acceptance of Ayurveda as a premium wellness solution?
Thank you, Doctor. Thanks for that question. See, I guess today, in the change scenario where, we've seen a post-COVID scenario where primarily the society is looking at aging, longevity, how to make life better, preventive healthcare. I would say rather than what Ayurveda has become to the world, I think the world needs Ayurveda now. Basically, the whole approach towards Ayurveda and preventive healthcare has changed. It's not anymore seen as a traditional system of medicine that was prevalent in India. It's rather seen as a solution, a holistic solution for healthcare. So the whole perspective of what it was to what it is substantially changed in the last 5 years. So today, if you look at Ayurveda, don't see it as that medicine which was practiced in India anymore. It has gone from there to a science, to a system which can today solve problems a whole lot of people in a very, very balanced manner. So suddenly you are finding new opportunities. So if you look at it from product perspective or a service perspective, now there is room for different kinds of products and services because world needs different solutions for their problems. So in the process, the scope of Ayurveda would have grown by 5, 10 or 20 times or even more. So that way, the system itself has upscaled. It is for the industry and for all the stakeholders and players to see that they're creating products and services which would be in line with the requirements of the world. So what I mean to say is, what Ayurveda was to what it is today, to what it is going to be, I think it's a huge opportunity. 2, there is adequate scope from, let's say, a premium product, a standardized product, a differentiated product, a hybrid product of Ayurveda to go to the world and become global. So it is an amazing opportunity, and it will give room to a whole lot of people to create new services, solutions, and services to people. So I hope I answered your question. All right, thanks.
Dr. Rajmohan, you have done a lot of work during the COVID-19 pandemic. And on that basis, my question is, how did Ayurveda contribute to preventive and therapeutic strategies during COVID-19 pandemic, and what lessons can modern medicine learn from its holistic approach to humanity or immunity?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. And good afternoon to all of you. It's a wonderful session going on here. So actually, the Ayurveda and COVID pandemic across the globe, it is the second attempt by any of the government to introduce a traditional medicine system to managing COVID-19 pandemic anywhere in the globe. First attempt was actually by Chinese medicine, because there is National Health Commission of China right from the beginning. They have incorporated Chinese medicine into the COVID-19 pandemic. And the next approach was actually done by Government of Kerala. Since Government of Kerala is having a robust mechanism for Ayurveda in the state of Kerala, because we have adopted Ayurveda also initially into the preventive thing, particularly for quarantine and as well as for the general population, to reduce the incidence of COVID-19 and to also to boost immunity and all those things. So what we have done was created a framework which extends from the center and decentralized right to the panchayat, in which we have Ayurraksha clinics, just a public health thing. And we have implemented a thing, and we have our own medicines, that is an essential drug list we have given. And along with that, the peculiarity of that essential drug list was, we never prescribed a very specific medicine for that, because Ayurveda does not approach a patient with a given set of medicines. It is the choice of the physician as well as the peculiar characteristics of that particular patient that enables him to take a specific type of medicine. So we have a larger list of medicines from which, depending upon the condition, the doctor has to select the body characters of the patient as well. This is very important, because whenever we look into COVID itself, the presentation of COVID largely varies across different persons. While we are doing it for Kerala, because the initial reports were someone was suffering from rhinorrhea more, someone was suffering from breathing difficulty more, someone was suffering from cough, someone was suffering from endothelial dysfunction, that is from the arterial issues, someone was suffering from diarrhea. And as far as Ayurveda is concerned, each of these presentations necessitates different types of treatments. And for preventive therapies as well, depending upon various constitutions, that is also important. And one thing we have noticed very clearly while doing this COVID across the globe, there was not much lifestyle modification prescribed by major, therapeutic guidelines and all. We believed that this was very key to that. So Ayurveda approached with the proper lifestyle modification, behavioral changes, and of course the distress that happened in societies was very high during COVID pandemic. So we addressed all those things. So the sudden change we observed that, since it is a community-based intervention, earlier community-based interventions from Ayurveda, the patient seeking for that was about 7%, less than 7% or so. Suddenly this shoot up to 51% or more of the Kerala population. It was Palakkad district, 51% of the population reached for Ayurveda. And the overall in Kerala it is 25%. And we have observed that the quarantined individuals who turned positive while taking Ayurveda was only 1.7%. While those who have not taken Ayurvedic treatment, it was about 2 to 2.5 or 2.6%. We have published this in Frontiers in Public Health during that time. This was one of the first community-based report for a larger community intervention from any traditional medicines. So I think, Kerala has effectively utilized Ayurveda for COVID-19 pandemic, and again for therapeutic also, the test positivity rate and the severity index was largely changed for patients who were taking, add-on Ayurvedic therapies as well. And the third most thing was, more notably, it is the post-COVID care. Actually, Ayurveda was the only thing available at that time in Kerala for post-COVID cases, and we have given the first report to reach government was from Ayurveda side, because so much of post-COVID cases were reporting there, and we were managing with Ayurvedic medicines, and of course the rate of recovery from the post-COVID and long COVID incidents were also less in the Ayurvedic. So these observations are already there. So what we have observed, what modern medicine definitely, the present era is of evidence-based medicine. Whatever it is, Ayurveda also need evidence-based approaches in its public health interventions and all those things. But what we lack in the general, the conventional system of medicine is that the personalized approach, which necessitates the overall changes in the behavior, lifestyle, which can actually have a definite say of the immunity of a person. So, the future medicine is definitely going to be personalized as well as evidence-based. So I believe that if one thing that the Western, biomedicine has to adopt is naturally from, not only from Ayurveda, from other traditional medicine as well. I would say this individualized approach and personalized approach is the first thing we need to adopt, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, Dr. Saji, he is a visionary in the field of Ayurveda, and you know that the ancient practitioners, Ayurvedic practitioners, they have recognized that the environment is having a lot of influence on body health. And my question is, what role do you think Ayurvedic principles can play in various approaches to environmental conservation and sustainability?
First of all, let me express my sincere thanks to BioNest, Life Science Park, KSIDC for having me here, for organizing such a wonderful event. So coming to your question, see, environmental sustainability and Ayurveda, that's something which I think we have to take it in two parts. One is the products which we make through Ayurveda. Ayurveda products, I think most of the products from the nature and plant-based. So to reduce the carbon footprints, definitely we have to go for local sourcing. For packaging, maybe recycled packaging. Other than that, see, there are many endangered species as well as very costlier or raw materials, wherein if we could come out with AI-guided precision agriculture for raw materials, I think that is one way which we can actually reduce the cost of raw materials of Ayurveda, as well as improve the quality of raw materials, quality of making it organic, or the ingredients which we are looking through the active ingredients which we are looking through the raw materials could be optimized through AI-guided things, where the machine learning as well as the IoTs, drones, with I think such kind of innovations could support that is something of which environmental sustainability could be adopted. And when it comes to the treatment, that means we know that the global warming is on the high, and we are having many kind of climate regulations meetings across the world. So we have a very good practice in Ayurveda, that is Dinacharya as well as Ritucharya. Ritucharya is something where, because we know Karkadaga Chikitsa or such kind of practices, wherein how a human body could adapt to the changes of seasons, or being in the hot climate or in the maybe in the cold climate. So this could be adopted, or we can scale up this learning to the people living in the different climatic conditions, as well as also maybe think about the people going from nowadays now pleasure trip is to other planets and outside world. So people, when you go to space travel, their bone density is getting affected, the body, mental, everything. So think of a scenario where they take an Ayurveda kit along with them and take medicine so that their body could be adjusted and their health is maintained. So, taking the cue from Ritucharya, we could actually enhance the overall health conditions. So, what is, as Dr. Rajmohan said, the future of healthcare is a predictive, preventive, as well as personalized healthcare. So, wherein the Ayurveda knowledge and Ayurveda philosophy, along with the technology, could scale up this kind of things, and we can maintain environmental sustainability, and we can have a very better healthcare across the human being. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sri Hari, Sridharyam is specialized in Shalakitandra, especially in ophthalmology. And my question is, what challenges faced in blending Ayurvedic medicines with modern technology in the field of ophthalmology, how it impact on patient care and treatment outcomes?
Thank you, doctor. I didn't felt any challenges happen to integrate with the modern technology with Ayurveda, because it's evolved. It is evolved, because you just think on that how actually we all are came from traditional families in our ancient times, how our forefathers lived, and now our generation how we are living. So it is almost like the Ayurveda is evolved to technology. Ayurveda, technology, and modern technology and modern medical science, I think all three are different sciences. And modern medicine, they integrated with technology earlier. Ayurveda, it started. So actually we are evolved to the technology. So in ancient times, Ayurveda practitioners, actually they had some different practices or some methods to diagnosis and standardize the quality. But nowadays it is very easy, because actually we are using all the technological part, and we can analyze what's the condition when a patient came to see a doctor. And after the treatment, we can convince the patients and to the world what the changes happened there. And in future, definitely, that Ayurveda is upgrading and updating. Technology, definitely, it should be the part of this science, and in future, AI also will be part of this.
Ajay, I think Ayurveda physicians are practicing personalized medicine. And in the context of the artificial intelligence, how AI can be applied to Ayurveda formulations without losing its traditional essence?
Thank you, Doctor. I think that's a very complicated question to answer, but I'll still try to attempt. I rather would see AI to be a enabler in Ayurveda, because if you look at Ayurveda, I think one of the biggest challenges that when we look at Ayurveda is its vastness, the scope, the largeness. I mean, it's definitely a science which is too large to comprehend. So what primarily that you need, a person essentially or an organization essentially needs, is to comprehend and to kind of understand what is kind of or written in this whole vast textual knowledge. I mean, and one of the advantages of Ayurveda is it's probably one of the only traditional systems of medicine which has been documented, and that's also the reason why it's sustained for about 5,000 years. So if you can get or see AI as a tool which can comprehend, which can gather all the text, all the information, and bring it down to a quickly referable information tool, then that's going to make Ayurvedic, let's say if you look at drug development, I mean, it could be a very, very easy to do the process, because AI does all the kind of references, it'll get all the data, it'll interpret the data and put it out into a very tabular form. But there is a risk to it. But when we talk about Ayurveda to be a personalized medicine where an individual, a patient is treated for their conditions, for their different parameters, AI cannot probably answer the question. And again, whatever AI is going to give you is probably not going to be correct. So you need to validate what it is. So you need to get that knowledge of the Ayurvedic physicians also to be included as part of the AI, because the AI engine needs to be also getting very matured to give you exact answers. And I feel that, as we go into the future, we must see a scenario where, you could have interactive approaches where Ayurvedic healthcare on the primary level can even be dispensed. I mean, I think this could apply not only for Ayurveda, but I think for all healthcare systems. I think in China, they've already developed the kiosk where you can go, sit in front of it, and then it can detect your cholesterol, your blood sugar, all your basic parameters, and even tell you on the primary level what it can do. So from there, if you add the layer of knowledge of Ayurveda, if you add the layer of a physician, and if you create a system or an algorithm which can comprehend, put together all this experience of Ayurvedic doctors, the knowledge of Ayurveda, to conditions that people have, and let's say summarize it to algorithms. So, primarily you will have a data on the back end, a patient on this side, where you get exact data coming into a manner which would be hopefully exact. But then that's where the physician's knowledge should also be integrated, so that we have a comprehensive system in which we can approach healthcare through AI. Product development is another area which I feel is a great area that we can seriously look into how we can use AI in a big way. So whether we like it or not, AI is going to be a reality in life. So we need to also see how we transform, how we change, how we adopt AI to be a tool to make the system more accessible and more beneficial to the society. That's what I would like to take it that way. Thank you.
Dr. Rajmohan is Associate Professor of Government Ayurveda College. In addition to that, he is holding the charge of Special Officer, IRIA, International Research Institute of Ayurveda, which is to be established in Kannur. I think within a couple of months, it will be start functioning. Actually, the journey started very old. That is from 2010 onwards. And in 2016, a budget provision of 50 lakh, a nominal provision for 50 lakh to incorporate biotechnology to Ayurveda for evidence-based Ayurveda. And now it is going to be materialized. And my question is, how the IRA will help to Ayurveda to empower Kerala?
Thank you, sir. That's a very relevant question. As far as Kerala is concerned, because we have had a lot of discussion regarding how Ayurveda can emerge as a major player for the state's economy as well as for the country's economy. Of course, while comparing to Chinese medicine and its products, we are not, that much near to the products and practices of Chinese medicine across the globe. But definitely, Ayurveda is emerging. And what is the peculiarity of Kerala Ayurveda lies in its traditional backup. And we have even our cultural pockets have this Ayurvedic touch. The costumes that we utilize in Theyyam and Kathakali, that is all derived from herbs, which prevents, on continuous exposure, that even prevents inflammatory responses from the body. So right from the cultural pockets and folklore traditions, and we have a vast diversity of, angiosperms and plants which are there in the Western Ghats, which are unexplored. So all these are there in the Ayurvedic scriptures, which is unexplored. It comes from two tracks. One is, it is non-codified verbal transmission of knowledge, and the other from it is scriptures, which is written in palm leaves and all those things. So we have this knowledge, and definitely Kerala is emerging as a knowledge economy rather than focusing on much of the material business and all those things. So that is the primary thing, because we are emerging as a traditional medicine player, large traditional medicine player, by focusing on Ayurveda in Kerala. That is the primordial importance of International Research Institute of Ayurveda that is coming up in a Kerala vision. But apart from that, what Ayurveda is facing is its mechanistic aspects. We have these large clinical data available. What is Charaka Samhita, Sushrita Samhita, and Ashtanga Hridaya? That means it was centuries old practice, and written documental evidence of that practice are there in these textbooks. So we need validation and evidence-based integration of this validated knowledge into public health. In fact, the objective of IRIA, the vision of IRIA is to evidence-based integration of Ayurveda into global health. So that is, when the entire globe is a Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam is the basic thought of Indian culture. So that is the global thing. So this is not an easy text. Mainstreaming means naturally something going from a doctor's table to public health that should be validated, standardized, quality should be assured, and all those things. So all these things, Ajay was right away pointing about the integration of AI. That is one of the department coming up, ICT and incubation centers coming up, and industry incubator centers coming up, manuscript studies coming up, digitization of manuscripts and protection of these manuscripts. I think Kerala Archives Department are having almost millions of manuscripts are there. And we are looking into health-related information inscribed in these manuscripts. That is going to be the primary objective, one of the first long-hanging fruits we are going. And we have the Ayurvedic physicians and institutions are treating patients, and they are creating evidences for that. But putting Ayurvedic system into a randomized control trial, the gold standard, appears to be very tough because of its personalized nature. But what we can create is to gather this practice-based evidence and creating clinical protocols from out of that, which can be tested further. So that is also going to be one of the major things. And what we have just, I recognize the presence of GM Nair sir and as well as Srikumar sir from Virology Institute and all, they were all part of this, particularly GM Nair sir was all part of this drive. So what we can do is we can deeply study it, and the Nutraceutical Institute is also, Ruby ma'am is here. We can deeply study the mechanistic as well as studies of these, whatever data we are already available, and we can effectively convert these into, translate these into viable products as therapeutics or cosmeceutics or things. So this is definitely going to explore a large potential for Ayurveda-based knowledge economy and Ayurveda-based translational research and translational products. So 6 departments are coming up. Natural product research is one of the part, nutraceutical, cosmeceutical. So we are planning for a larger picture based on not only it will not be restricted to Kerala, but initially when in the baby steps should be there in Kerala, but later that will be enlarged into a global vision. We are trying for, the connect is very important for us also. So IRIA will be connected to almost all major biomedical institutions in Kerala as well as all major Ayurvedic institutions in India, and apart from beyond that, we are trying to connect with some of the Japanese universities, Korean universities, Germany, some also. So this is going to be the hub of, we are trying to make it. So this is the first ever institution in India probably that carries a larger vision in Ayurveda. So optimistic towards that, and I am also, so much wonderful personalities are here inviting all of them to this idea as well. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And Ayurveda is, the fundamental principle of Ayurveda is the Tridosha theory. And I think the 5 elements, its combination will give the 3 energies, that is the doshas, that is Vata, Pitta and Kapha. And each person or each individual is having a particular way of, that is the alignment of these 3, and which is one is predominant, and that is called the Prakriti. And anyway, my question is, that is, it is related to, that is genomics actually, or epigenetics is related to Ayurveda. And therefore, my question is to Dr. Saji, what role can technology, digital tools and Ayurgenomics, that is combining Ayurveda with modern genomics, play in the personalized healthcare and preventive program?
It's a very relevant question. As I said earlier, the future of healthcare is predictive, preventive, personalized healthcare. So the way forward to achieve this is genomics and epigenetics. As sir, you said about the Prakriti and the doshas and the Buddhas, which actually, so the body, Ayurveda considers body as entire body as and Ayurveda intelligence of network. It is entire body is networked with an Ayurveda intelligence like Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So we have a very good wisdom, philosophy about Ayurveda science, how a human being need to live across his entire life. So we have to take the knowledge of Ayurveda on one side, where we have the Prakriti analysis. Through the Prakriti analysis, we will be able to understand which dosha is predominant. And based on the dosha, with the predominant dosha, if it is Kapha dosha is predominant, there is a chance to get maybe obese or maybe such kind of disease like PCOD and all obese-related, Kapha-related issues. If it's more of Pitta-related, the inflammatory markers will be high. And if it is Vata, maybe some kind of neuro-related degenerative kind of disease, there is a chance. So this knowledge is there we could get through the Prakriti analysis. Now, when it comes to the genomics, we know the genetic, the expression, which we could understand that what could be the impending problems which can come in future. And so if we combine the Prakriti analysis, the wisdom, and with the genomics, which gives the proof of to be explained to the people, and the technology to take it to each human being. So through Genomics, we could take a personalized kind of care, especially preventive care to the people, to each person, wherein we could prevent from getting into any kind of lifestyle disease or any carcinoma or such kind of things. So genomics plays a big role in the future of personalized medicine. And epigenetics, we always practice is Acharya Rasayanam, wherein through the lifestyle modification, through Ayurveda treatment, the Panchagama treatment, we could change the genetic expression. So epigenetics plays a big role. So genomics as well as epigenetics is the future of personalized preventive healthcare. So it's a huge role to play. Thank you so much.
The diet is also an important factor. The diet.
Yeah, diet is a microbiome also we have to
Yes,
take into
epigenetics
consideration.
considered. Diet is
Microbiome
diet,
also.
exercises, and environmental factors are affecting. Anyway, Hari, how can different Ayurvedic products can be provided to the public with ensuring their right use and preventing adulteration, keeping the core principles of Ayurveda intact?
I think the manufacturing practices are changed a lot in Ayurveda industry, because in ancient times actually the measurement is only the quantity. When a product manufacturing, how much quantity of each drug we are putting to that medicine. This is only way we can do in the earlier times. Now the situation changed. Actually, now everything is measurable. So in a drug, what is the active ingredients there? What's the percentage of active ingredients there? So according to that, we are changing the quantity of each drugs what we are using for that particular medicine. That will be changing. And now in each and every manufacturing industries, Ayurveda industry have a lot of because regulations are there. Ministry of Ayush and Drug Control Department create a lot of measures how to keep the quality. From the procurement of raw material to the final product, there is a lot of tests that are happening. So the quality parameters means in each and every company now following best output oriented things are happening. So adulteration is not possible in some way in Ayurveda.
That means by enforcing GMP, you can provide good medicine. Okay. And can you explain the same question by Dr. Rajmohan as he is a researcher?
Sir, what is the specific aspect I need to answer?
That is,
Yeah.
the question is, how can we provide non-adulterated Ayurvedic medicines?
Yeah, it's actually, to me, it's a bit tough thing because, adulteration happens in many ways. Simply the concentration of an active ingredient, a therapeutically biomarker, that if that lacks in a particular thing, that also be considered as an adulteration nowadays. Because, we already get pre-extracted things. The primary thing is that a strong regulation and a strong enforcement is actually necessary. And also integration of technology into that aspect is also important. Because, we have some advanced standardization quality control methods, which I think SAR was a part of that in the drug standardization unit as a drug standardization initiative. The government of Kerala as well as the national system, Pharmacopoeia Laboratory of Indian Medicine, constantly trying to implement various guidelines by incorporating, adopting modern techniques and all those things. But, it is targeted. Now it is gaining acceptance as well. The one thing that worries us is that, whenever we are adopting a newer technology, naturally the initial cost of that adoption will be much higher. That definitely comes to, when it comes to the industry, ultimately that will be met by the customers, the end users, that is, there are patients. So the cost-effective and, less time-consuming standardization techniques are the needs of the hour. Definitely integration of modern analytical techniques, of course, including metabolomics if possible, that could definitely going to make a very good change in the Ayurvedic drug manufacturing. And one more thing is that, the drug delivery systems, there are newer drug delivery systems are available, just like nanotechnology as well as lysosomal drug delivery systems and all those things. Adopting these things directly into, by proper research, integrating these into Ayurvedic things can reduce the bulk of Ayurvedic medicines. Because, we are taking, ghee-based preparations medicines are very high in Ayurveda, and we are administering just like 15 grams of 20 grams, and what is available, what is absorbed in the body is less than 1 gram or in milligram levels. So if we could reduce it, the dose, the bulk, that itself can make a very good change in the scenario. So I think definitely open to the technology and connecting with the transdisciplinary field are the key to Ayurveda. I think.
Okay, that is, the classical preparation is having a lot of ingredients.
Yes,
I think that is some preparation is having more than 50
yeah, 50,
ingredients.
60, yeah.
And now we require research to, because most of them are not available in our
Exactly, sir. Exactly.
country also.
Yeah.
And therefore it is, IRA will
Definitely,
do
sir.
such research.
Yeah.
And I hope that is, the emerging field is that is.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. A reverse engineering of these formulations are definitely necessary.
Yes.
For that, we actually need to study that formulations as such first. Then we should do the reverse engineering process.
Any question from audience side?
Sir, if we take a particular rasayana and our epigenetics is being modified, then how it is connected to the prakriti, vada, pitta, kapha? How you connect that with the epigenetics and prakriti? That is one of my questions. And the next question is regarding Chavaprash is being sold throughout India in big quantum. But the gooseberry cultivation is very low. There is seems a mismatch between the Chavaprash available sold in the market and the cultivated gooseberry. Sir, please, these two questions.
Who will answer?
It's a very relevant question. That is, the first thing is about diagnosing what is the real, in which dosha, or through the Prakriti analysis, which is the body type and the dosha thing. And we have to see that what kind of an approach is required. So through the genetic expression, we could understand that the which area it is linked to, in which of the cases there is a genetic link on, whether it is on an inflammatory side or on the other kapha-induced issue or vada-induced issue, we will be able to identify, combining the Prakriti analysis as well as the genotype, we will be able to understand. And for that, we have to have a set of treatments. That is why I earlier said about Acharya Rasayana, wherein the modification of lifestyle through the herbs or Ayurvedic treatment, then the diet, understanding the microbiome, what kind of a diet to be given, or Ayurveda, there is a huge explanation of Ayurveda ahara, how to administer it, and also along with the both this, the exercise. So through all these things, diet, exercise, as well as Ayurvedic treatment or herbal formulations, we could change the genetic expression. That is the epigenetics part of it. Because through there are both the influence of the mind as well as the body, everything is involved, and we could change it. And through epigenetics, we could modify if there is a chance of getting any disease in future, could be reversed, or we can delay it or stop, and give a preventive healthcare solution, personalized healthcare solutions. That is the understanding of epigenetics as well as the through our genomics, we could do that. And the second question is regarding the quality or standardization of the Chyawanprash. So it's a challenge. I think that could be addressed through AI-driven, maybe through the machine learning, etc. We could we could fix the standards of ingredients and the active things, or the actives which should be there in each ingredient of all these ingredients in it. It's almost 48 ingredients. So that could be fixed, and that could also be analyzed. With all the ingredients could be analyzed. That is the power of technology. And even if it is a small batch, that also could be done. And we could standardize the quality of the ingredients and the process and the product. So it is possible, it's quite possible. So I think we should drive, I think, since Kerala taking a lead in Ayurveda segment, especially in the practice as well as in the products, definitely on the availability and standardizing of the raw materials, as well as for the futuristic treatment of Ayurveda treatment, and especially for the preventive care. Definitely we are responsible, especially IRI, with this intention only, this kind of IRI like institutions came into picture, and Kerala will change the concept of personalized healthcare in future globally. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. I have to add a little bit things to that, quick comments. Even though, we are connecting, our body can be explained in various dimensions. First is, that depends upon the metabolomic profile, the small molecules which are present in our cells and all those things. So this individualized approach of, which is called as Prakriti, that means a typical phenomic pattern of a person, is, now there is larger literature is available which can be connected to the metabolomic profile of the body. So a specific Prakriti person, a specific individualized approach in Ayurveda, that is Vada Prakriti, is connected to a specific metabolomic profile. And the another thing is that, the gut microbiome. There is a very specific gut microbiome signature exists in individuals, and that is also connected to Prakriti. And again, there are genomic signatures that is connected to Prakriti. And certain Ayurvedic therapies are found to be altering the metabolomic profile. But as Sir was rightly pointing out, there is no such studies, convincing evidences is available which is specifically altering epigenomic signatures. But the alterations in the expression of telomerase, expression of the length of telomere, conservation of the length of telomere, that kinds of evidences are available, sir, as far as the first question. And that gooseberry discussion was largely going on. And in majority, the major companies denied that. They are still telling that whatever tons of gooseberry is necessary for production, that is available for them. And I don't think that someone can straight away add vitamin C or gallic acid. It is much more costlier than gooseberry itself, I think.
Okay.
Thank you to our Thank you to our moderator and the esteemed panelists for such an insightful discussion. Now, may I request Dr. Sanjeev Kumar to present the memento to our panelists. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar S. Dr. Ajay George Varghese. Dr. Hari N. Nambudri. Dr. Raj Mohan. Calling upon Dr. Ruby John Anto, Chief Scientist, Center of Excellence in Nutraceuticals, KSCSTE, to present the memento to Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. Thank you once again to our moderator and panelists. Now, moving forward to the exciting keynote session on nutraceutical product development, building products using science, inviting Dr. Arun Balakrishnan, Chief Innovation Officer at OmniActive Health Technologies, to share his insights into the scientific approach to developing effective nutraceutical products. This session promises to provide valuable knowledge and inspire innovative product development strategies. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Arun Balakrishnan to the stage.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having invited me here to make this presentation. I am extremely delighted to be here because of two reasons. One is I have spent a lot of time in academia prior to getting into industry. My academic research spans over a period of 15 years at Anna University Center for Biotechnology. Then I decided to leave academia and move into the industry, where I went into Piramal Healthcare in Mumbai. Spent about 11 years with them in drug discovery, novel molecules, particularly using plants. My interest has always been in integrating traditional medicine for the value of plants in them, which has been identified 5,000 years ago. These molecules are produced by plants, and everyone knows that plants are the best chemists. So in Piramal, our ambition was to discover novel scaffolds from medicinal plants that have been converted for particular biotherapeutic purposes. And this was achieved by integration of multiple technologies: chemistry, natural product chemistry, isolation of molecules to the purest form, and then using analytical tools to decipher the structure of those compounds, link it with the biological activity on which I am going to discover my new drug. So this is a complex interaction between different technologies. But the knowledge comes from Ayurveda. I was very fascinated by the session we just finished, where we were talking about how Ayurveda is also trying to improvise, modernize, so that it can become globally competent. Not only in their production, but also in trying to validate how the biology works in an in vitro model or an animal model and then take it into drug development. That's a bit complex in Ayurveda because there are multiple ingredients there. Whereas the birth of nutraceuticals happened because of this particular issue. Nutraceuticals is again plant-based, microbial-based, gut microbiomes, etc. But what happens here is that we consider and concentrate only on one or two plants. And each plant extract is converted into a drug-like compound. It's not a single molecule like what we do in pharmaceutical product, but we concentrate an extract. It can be an extract, a water-based extract, a solvent-based extract. We concentrate it to a particular level, validate its biological action on an in vitro model using the modern tools of cell biology, where we can mechanistically tell which concentrate of the extract, on which polar concentration of the extract of a plant is biological active on a specific target. So that's the approach we take, which is actually in between modern science and something with Ayurveda. But what Ayurveda does best is its formulations. No one knows how it is formulated, and there are multiple recipes the Ayurvedic literature talks about, and these recipes cannot be mimicked by modern science, that is for sure. Therefore, the gap will still exist, but we can improve upon making it more useful in a modern world which is acceptable globally. So that is the target which Ayurvedic scientists are now looking at. We heard plenty of those inputs. Nutraceuticals is a big business model. This big business model has coped up, if you go around, in millions of dollars as revenue all over the world. And today you go into any shop, you will find nutraceutical products for XYZ category of action. Why is it so? Because it has been thoroughly validated by the use of science, technology, as well as improvising the formulation. Someone mentioned in Ayurvedic session that many of the products of plant extracts are not bioavailable, which means it's easily absorbed. If you give a heap full of curcumin, only a few milligrams of it is going into your blood. The rest is excreted. What does modern science do? Use formulation technologies to convert that curcumin to a bioavailable form. In Ayurveda, they used to use piperine, which is pepper extracts, which is improving the bioavailability. But what we have done is this integration between pharmaceutical sciences and traditional knowledge, converting it into a product which has to be given one heapful can go in a 100 milligram or 200 milligram capsule. So that's in a nutshell what nutraceutical is all about. As I mentioned, there'll be a lot of stuff on the slides, but I'm not going to go through them. Most importantly is breakdown of single plant extracts or at the most multiple plant extracts into a formulation that can be easily absorbed, translated into a more modern-like situation. And GMP, GLP practices, which are critical. If I have to build a product that has to be globally accepted, it has to go through, whether you like it or not, it has not only go through the regulations of India, but it will have to go through the regulations across the globe. And each globe, like USA has a particular regulation, Japan, China, Korea has something different. But most fascinating is that America is an easier market to sell our products than Japan, China, or Korea. The regulations are much more stringent, and there are multiple parameters that measure the regulatory norms, particularly the solvents used in the extraction processes. Generally today, people are moving into green solvents, which means that you're either using water, alcohol, water alcohol mixture. This is something Ayurveda has always used. Knowingly or unknowingly, it is a green process. They don't use hexane, they don't use other solvents which generally an organic chemist would use to extract out all the biomolecules from a plant. This is the overall market sizing across different regions. And what you're seeing is that in any particular health benefit area, you will find there's a big market. And this slide just depicts what are the different areas in which vitamins, herbals, proteins, and other products, which all fall under the nutraceutical bucket, are distributed upon. And it can go across multiple disease parameters. Another point I would like to mention is that in nutraceuticals, we don't talk about disease, we talk about wellness. And this is something very distinct, because if I talk about a disease, my whole study pad design will become more like a drug-like situation, which can go on for years. So we call our volunteers, we pick conditions which are actually a preset to a disease condition. So it's an early on condition. And the nutraceuticals are pitched to sell as something that is preventive, not for therapeutic purposes. So these are all small storytelling changes which help you to present and sell the market in a particular geography. So this is one slide which I wanted to I put it together since yesterday. I heard a lot of these young entrepreneurs talking about difficulties in taking product to development. Having been on both sides, like in my early career was pure scientific. I worked on breast cancer research, diarrheal research, and then I moved on to plant-based molecular mapping of plants. But then when I moved to industry, I found that we have to be focused on particular areas. Research for academics is very different. We are very happy as soon as we get a publication, and many of us file patents. But let me ask you one question. How many of our patents in many of our organizations gets translated to a product, which gets into a commercial valuation? When you do such an analysis, half of your patents will drop down. It is just like a publication for a faculty in an academic institute, which helps him to climb the ladder of promotion, right? The publications and patents are the measure of promotions for a faculty in an academic setup. So this is a difference. One needs to realize that having a patent filed and converting that into a business opportunity is the most critical thing for us to protect our product against other geographies. So this is something that young entrepreneurs need to think of, that you file a patent only if you think that there is a commercial viability of a product in a particular geography. Now, filing in India does not protect it in America. You have a deadline of 3 months by which you need to realize which geography you want to drive your business, and then you protect it in that geography. Or there are put very strict guidelines on patent laws where you can protect it, but beyond that timeline, you cannot do anything. The patent gets invalid. It may be protecting only in India. So look at this slide. What we do first in industry, any R&D research comes from outside in. A commercial team sitting in any part of the world will tell you that, yeah, there is a requirement on creating a product that will be useful for a particular health benefit. Now, this product has to be developed by the R&D. Can you come up with a design? So what we do is, we understand from the commercial team what is the health benefit they want to look at. Is it metabolic disorders? Is it something to do with eye health? Is it something to do with brain health? And then we start investigating in literature all the medicinal plants that are in these specific areas. So traditional medicine is the source of information, of such insights which we get. And also, people have worked in academia, academic research as a strong foundation, because many people have worked on medicinal plants and have published beautiful articles, but that's the end of the paper. So that information is what we use and then therefore take it forward to convert. Now come into this. Third bucket is the supply chain. I heard people talking about plants. Now plants is extremely complex. Supply chain is a big issue. You may get a plant active, but then you will never find this plant in this country, or you will have to import the plant. So this makes us to step away from those plants, even if the biological activity is very, very high. So supply chain is a critical element in any plant-based research. All of us know that there are seasonal variations. You take a plant from the forest and cultivate it, it loses its bioactive principles. What do we do for that? I hear a lot of agrobiotech people are working on strategies where they can bring in the colonization of root bacteria that is misplaced when it's bought from a forest and planted into a field somewhere else in the world. So multiple approaches have gone in trying to ask one question: can I produce a plant that is constantly producing an X amount of material in it? And this work is in progress and people are working on it. What we do in R&D is then get the extraction chemists, multiple plants, and extract them, make it into a battery of extracts, put it on a high throughput robotic platform on cell-based systems. Now this will give you what are the cellular targets it needs to function if it is going to be biological active. This is coming again from literature. There's nothing new. All these information are produced in reputed institutes all over the world, people working very specialized down through these particular areas. So we work on that and then examine it on multiple targets, and then we say that yes, this particular product has the maximum activity working on multiple targets, therefore this can be converted into a drug, into a nutraceutical product. The biggest challenge in nutraceutical research or any plant-based research is taking from lab to commercial. Lab to commercial is a strategy that is to be vetted and learned by many people. When we work something in the lab, it works. But when we have to scale up, it does not work. It involves a completely different methodology. So we have to maintain that, and this balance is achieved by the R&D and operations team working parallelly together till the commercial batch is produced. And then it goes into the commercial teams. I'm just skipping that. Yeah, these are some of the things which I thought I will highlight, which I mentioned in the first slide itself. Enrichment of extract, green solvents, target product profile. What is my target product profile? What are the chemical constituents I have to measure in my plant extract? And how this plant extract is going to be different from that in the market. Suddenly you will see that multiple of this particular plant is in the market, but how I can differentiate it. So reverse engineering against a competitive company is also parallelly done. So once I cover all these boxes, then I move it into the next step. So what I'm trying to say here is that every step of my process development, even though I know my plant is the best in a biological activity, requires go, no-go decisions to be made. And that is where the failures happen. If we skip it and you go to the end, at some point of time, your plant extract does not behave the way it should have done in the lab. So this I mentioned in a summary. Plant extracts, we do screening, which is by in vitro biology, cell biology, and then if they pass these no-go, they go into animal studies, and then finally into the development chain, which I mentioned in the earlier slide. Is the time up? Okay. There's one. I'm not going to go through these slides, but what I want to just show is one example that So these are all formulation technologies. I just want to show one example here of this particular product on eye health. We developed a product 2 years ago in the lab using curcumin, lutein, and vitamin D3. This particular composition, we created a patent on it, and then we built it up into a product which is used for dry eyes. There's a big story on that. When I made this product, because it was more than 3 ingredients, my marketing and sales team would not accept it because we had to be within a set norm of costing. And what happened was Bausch & Lomb visited us and they picked this product up. Today, it is a proprietary product for Bausch & Lomb for dry eyes. So this product was developed in Pune and Thane in Maharashtra, and completely we have developed it and licensed out to Bausch & Lomb. It's got a 2 year of clinical studies done on it. It is to replace the eye drops which you're having, putting in the eyes, but taking it as a pill. If you go to US or in any of the markets, you will see this as NutriTears as a sample, which gives me much more, happiness than seeing a published paper. For that purpose, I just wanted to put it up, and I should thank all the young entrepreneurs today who are working so hard in building products, because you have a platform, you have everything available which can help you to take your research forward, financially be successful. Ultimately, that's the goal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arun Balakrishnan, for that insightful and inspiring keynote. Your expertise and vision on building nutraceutical products using science have truly set the tone for our discussion today. I now invite Dr. Villu Moravella Patel to hand over the memento to Dr. Arun Balakrishnan.
Our next session is a panel discussion on the future of nutraceuticals in Kerala's health and biotechnology ecosystem, a rapidly growing sector at the intersection of nutrition and pharmaceuticals, driving health innovation and wellness. This session will be moderated by Professor G.M. Nair, President of the Kerala Academy of Sciences.
The panel will dive deeper into the science and development of nutraceuticals with our distinguished panelist, Dr. Ruby John Anto, Chief Scientist at Center of Excellence in Nutraceuticals, Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment, Dr. Rajalakshmi, Research and Development Director at Kemin Industries Private Limited, Dr. Kajal Chakraborty, Director at ICAR, National Bureau of Fish Genetic Resources, and Dr. Vinaya KK, Head of Operations, R&D at Well Genome Biotechnology Private Limited. Let us warmly welcome Professor G.M. Nair and the panelists for this discussion.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe that is the timing is too good when you speak about nutraceuticals and you have sumptuous food being served. And my fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely happy that the organizers of this great BioConnect has invited us, me and the panelists, and especially I thank Dr. Praveen, Dr. Sunita, and Sumi for making us here. We really enjoy. But only one factor that I'm missing here is our great friend, Dr. C.N. Ramchand. He is the connect between all of us, for the two BioConnects. So we really miss him. Maybe next time he will be there. Now, maybe I thought probably I will make a small presentation before I ask my panelists to speak about. I have framed some questions and I would ask them to do it. Now, this is the genesis of, 2,485 years ago, Hippocrates said, the father of medicine said that,
let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. We have been following that, but 20th century we have seen a surge in chemical entities making drugs, and probably there will be problems. But 21st century, we have realized the potential of natural products and the treatment using the natural ones. So maybe that we have currently the nutraceuticals, the herbal products, and all those that is related with the nature coming into the therapeutic processes. Next, picture. Okay. Nutraceuticals are bioactive compounds derived from food sources, because there is a misconception, because nutraceuticals are the ones which are being mostly used and abused. So we need to have a clear understanding of what nutraceuticals, what could be shaped into, provide medicine or health benefits, including the prevention of treatment of diseases. They include dietary supplements, functional foods, fortified products, probiotics, and herbal extracts. Now, with the rise in lifestyle-related chronic diseases such as diabetes, cardiovascular disorders, obesity, please give me the mic. Disorders, obesity, and cancer, nutraceuticals are increasingly viewed as adjuncts to conventional therapy. They appeal to populations seeking natural, preventive, and holistic health solutions. Give me the mic. Okay. Now, what is the strength we have? We have been talking about bioeconomy and boosting, what is available in Kerala. If you look at the diversity, biodiversity, medicinal plants, marine resources, spices, strong R&D institutions and universities, emerging biotechnology infrastructure, Bio360, COEN, startup and incubation ecosystem, KUSUM, TBI, Bioness, Sri Chitra, TIMED, unique traditional knowledge and public trust in natural health products. When you speak of, that's Dr. Arun Balakrishnan has specifically said how to connect all this, especially when you formulate, the nutraceuticals. Traditional knowledge plays a very important role. Just a classical example I would say about a great product that we have made, the first nutraceutical product through a equitable benefit sharing mechanism was done by Jain TBGRA, the Jeevani, which is said to be the first world model for equitable benefit sharing, and I'm sure that was the first nutraceutical developed through this process. And I'm very happy that this has got a lot of acceptance in the global scenario. Now, when you look at the nutraceuticals, many times that we don't look into, anything cannot be produced as a nutraceutical. While many nutraceuticals show promising biological effects, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and immunomodulatory, we do it because we go in for isolating the phytomolecules. Phytochemistry is a strong science. And then you go in for phytopharmacological evaluations, and then go in for other preclinical and clinical trials to find evidence that they could act as nutritional supplements as well as that of medicinal value. Now, it's very important then that there should be standard. We had a 3-day international conference in Kerala University where we have discussed on various aspects of nutraceuticals, and then one of those major things that we have discussed is, again, I have the strength of that discussions to speak here also. Standardization is very important, that you cannot make a product go to the market unless you standardize it. The quality control is very important. Bioavailability is to be ensured. And long-term safety are areas that need scientific validation. Now, most of the times that we don't do it, and that makes our product not to be accepted. It doesn't cross Kerala, it may not cross India, or maybe it doesn't reach the world market because the economy comes in only through that process. Quality control and regulation, that's very important because unlike pharmaceuticals, you have CDSCO and DGCI, FDA, all coming in the big way for making the pharmaceutical, the allopathic drugs to be regulated. And we have, in the case, nutraceuticals only Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. They normally deal with the food products. So probably they would look at the food components and not look at the pharmaceutical effect of it. So you get approval from them, and that's not the one that is needed. We need to go in for, we need to specifically understand the purity, dosage, labeling accuracy, and contamination remain challenges. Most of the, Dr. Arun also would agree with me that most of those plants, medicinal plants which grow in the wild, especially on the roadside and all, they are the best bioaccumulators. They accumulate a lot of unwanted things like arsenic, mercury, and all these heavy metals are absorbed by them. And when you make a product out of it, unless you go in for making an evaluation, I'm sure this is why many of our herbal products come back to us, maybe because the West will not accept, especially when there are traces of heavy metals. Key challenges I had: limited clinical validation and standardization. That's a very serious concern. We need to have a strict regulatory authority. Ambiguity between food, supplement, and drug, because nutraceutical, when you say whether it is a food, it's a drug, or a pharmaceutical compound. Scale-up and manufacturing bottlenecks are there, quality control and certification gaps are there, need for translational funding and skilled workforce. Because as I said, that you have a lot of phytochemistry being done. Probably some of them would go in for pharmacological evaluation, but nothing comes to translation level and then subsequently to the levels where you can shape it as a drug molecule, a nutraceutical molecule. Integration of genomics, of course, as we have been discussing about genomics, nutrigenomics, and many of them, and we had a session on Ayurveda where we understand the genomic aspect of it, especially the personalized medicine. When you say it as a personalized medicine, we need to understand that what kind of impact that's done onto our genetic makeup when you use a nutraceutical. So we need to have nutrigenomics. So A is paving way for personalized nutrition, where nutraceutical could be tailored to individual genetic and metabolic profiles. It's a kind of personalized medicine. Human Genome Project has made us understand that what could be a personalized medicine, a customized medicine, a medicine, because you know that most of those allopathic drugs, the maximum death happens due to allergy, drug allergy. So we need to understand that plants also can make allergy, and I am sure that the plant products also will have anti-nutrients, allergens, which would cause a lot of other. You need to specifically analyze that. So convergence of biotechnology, food science, and medicine holds great promise. With that, I would leave the discussion to the panelists. We have Dr. Ruby John Anto, who is now heading the Center for Excellence in Nutraceuticals, going to be a Section 8 company. I'm sure that great nutraceutical impact would be made through her intervention with her great training at Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, and maybe she has few patents which are at the stage of translation through clinical trials. Welcome, Dr. Ruby. We have Dr. Kajal Chakravarti, now the Director of ICR, National Bureau of Fish Genetic Resources, Lucknow. Very talented marine phytochemist. His contributions, of course, if you read it, he has made a lot of contributions in the phytochemistry, because an unexplored area. We speak about the terrestrial plants or maybe even the microorganisms, but we normally don't talk about the ocean, because we have deep sea, in the sea, you have several organisms which would contain a large number of phytomolecules, not only the marine seaweeds or fishes, but also the marine microorganisms. They are the seat of valuable novel molecules. So I'm sure that Dr. Kajal Chakravarti, who was there in CMFRA Cochin for a long years, and now he shifted to, and he runs and one of the greatest things about, I was there a few days back in his center, the institution. One major thing I noticed was his fish cell repository, you know, the cell line repository which holds it, and I'm sure there are more than 100 cell lines being stored. I think that's the first in the country. I'm sure it will have great value in understanding. Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Dr. Vinaya K, an entrepreneur, a great researcher, student of Dr. Kajal Chakravarti. I knew her that she has done a lot of work, and I'm sure her 10 long years in different industries, and now with the genome biotechnology, a company which is looking at wellness and genomics connected to that. So I'm sure that she will have a lot of valuable things to speak. Welcome, Dr. Vinaya. And the youngest of the lot is Dr. Rajalakshmi. Again, you should understand all 4 people are of different disciplines. She is an R&D director of Aqua Science, especially on the fish feed and the related things. She has much of the work done in that area. So welcome, Dr. Rajalakshmi, and I'm sure that we will have an exciting discussion. Now, what I would do is that I'll project few questions as is being framed by me. Given the potential of plant-derived bioactive compounds in cancer therapy and chemoprevention, how can these compounds be developed into effective nutraceuticals, and what challenges need to be addressed for their broader application? I'm sure that the best person among the panelists is Dr. Ruby Jonanto, because she has several patents on this, and she has produced compounds, and it is under translational process and clinical trials. Dr. Ruby, would you please explain? And need not confine to what I have said, but you can have anything that you want to speak on nutraceuticals to be said. Please be comfortable and speak.
Yeah, like any other pharmaceutical, actually the nutraceuticals also have to be evaluated for their efficacy and toxicity. Just because a nutraceutical is isolated from a plant, it may not be non-toxic. There will be toxicity associated with the nutraceutical also. And the efficacy evaluation also has to be conducted. We isolated a compound, Utroside B, from the plant Solanum nigrum. And the technology, it was found to be very effective against fatty liver disease and liver cancer. And the technology was transferred to an American company. So many people criticized me, why you gave this technology to America? There are many people in our place having liver disease. So we back calculated the concentration, because Utroside B is a water-soluble molecule. We back calculated that the concentration, the IC50 dose, how much solanum leaf is needed to isolate this Utroside B. So we made that concentration. So we made that plant extract in our, while I was in Rajiv Gandhi Center, all this happened. We made a polyhouse, we made the extract, and we compared the activity, with the exact dose. Of course, that leaf powder will be having many other molecules, but the IC50 dose was only Utroside B, because it was very potent. The IC50 dose was 500 nanomolar. And we, at that time, some people approached us, why don't you start a clinical trial? So we got a permission to get a pharmacological safety evaluation with this. And we compared the efficacy, and we got very good activity in the in vitro and in vivo models and in patients also. But, so then I retired from RGCB, but the clinical trial was going on because we were unable to stop because people were joining in the trial again and again. Now also it is continuing. So to get the material, when I left RGCB, it was tough. So, we thought we will get it from commercial suppliers, the solanum leaves. But when we evaluated when we checked, we got the activity, in vitro and in vivo, but when we evaluated the heavy metal, it was highly toxic. That means then we knew that this plant is used in foreign countries to remove heavy metal from the place. So it has a special ability to absorb heavy metal from the soil. So when we sell a nutraceutical, If it is a pure compound, Utroside B, from wherever you are getting the plant, we are getting the pure compound for selling, right? But in the case of an extract, it is not like that. Each and every stock, every batch we have to evaluate for the heavy metal. So this is the case of many, many other plant products also.
Thank you. Now to the second question, and this is directed to Dr. Kajal Chakravarti. What makes marine-derived nutraceuticals unique, and how could future research advance next-generation marine nutraceuticals? You know, you can speak anything about the ocean, the marine thing. So please impress the people on that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity. And as Professor Nair has mentioned that marine-derived, so he has put a question, what makes marine-derived nutraceuticals unique, and how could future research advance next-generation marine nutraceuticals? So as Sir was mentioning, I was in CMFRI for last 23 years. Throughout my careers, I can tell 2/3 of my career, so I has been there. So during that, we could do much of work on nutraceuticals, and that too from marine origin. So if you see that any marine-derived bioactive compound, there is a study done on the difference between marine-derived compounds and terrestrial-derived compounds. So they did some studies, and they could able to find 1% vis-a-vis 0.1%. From the terrestrial organisms, they could able to find activity. So there is that much higher fold of activity is there in the marine-derived compounds. So there is a tremendous possibility, because as you all know, they are living under tremendous stress condition, and they made them adapted to this condition and to grow the bioactive molecules for very, very useful purpose, which no chemist could able to harvest those benefits. So regarding my, I'll tell what we did work in CMFRI. So when we have started the work, actually, so we have started the work from the organism called Kallumacaya. You will be all knowing Kallumacaya, Parna viridis. So in CMFRI, you have started the work with Kallumacaya. How we have started the work? Because initially, as you know, Kallumacaya, one of the species called the Parna canaliculatus, is very, like it is of Australian and New Zealand origin. So that person came, actually, that managing director came here because one of the product is being sold in India as that for use against joint pain and arthritis. So, and we didn't have an indigenous product of that. So that Professor John Croft, actually, he was the managing director. So he visited CMFRI. So we are talking with him, and we thought, yes, we are having enough abundant resources. Parna viridis is basically Kallumacaya, what we called in Malayalam. So enough resources, and CMFRI is actually, our institute did the commercialization to the farmers, to the different parts of the Kerala, Goa, and Karnataka. So it is our institute, we did it when we are in CMFRI, and we thought, why don't we utilize this our abundant resources for the benefit? And in fact, that is the first product from our organization. So we could able to develop one of the very good product for use against joint pain and arthritis. And we have commercialized. As Professor Arun was telling that it should not be a patent. We are having multiple patents for that. However, we did commercialization. But the problem is that commercialization is that it should be, see, our government organization is very poor in that branding and marketing. We do good science, but the branding and marketing is very important. Their handholding is required, and their policy is required. Their government should handhold. And that is, I feel, more important, because we are all good scientists. But now how to take our beautiful product to the market, I think that is very, very, very important. I think I faced difficulties, although now we have worked a lot with the different companies, starting from very big companies to the startups. So I felt big companies, another problem is there. Sometimes big companies, they take the formulation and they incorporate in the formulation. You know that there are different history, like, I don't want to tell name. And but small companies having the different problems, they don't have money to take the product off to the market for the greater visibility. I feel that's what the government should chip in, and we should handhold. So that product is very good, actually, for joint pain and arthritis. So we have marketed that as a Kadalmin. Kadalmin is our brand name at CMFRI. So all the nutraceutical product we have marketed as a Kadalmin. So very good product, actually. So, and thereafter we are having several products, and recently we have licensed a product called Green Rex. As Professor Arun Balasubramanian was mentioning, it should be like not as a drug. It should be like a health and more as a preventing rather than therapeutic. So we have developed a product called as Green Rex, which is a good liver health. Good liver health. So that has been available in the market. But again, same problem. So that company, one company has taken up Immunotech Pharmaceutical. So he is very, very sincere, but as a startup, so he is facing difficulties in the marketing the particular product. He is having good science, good data are there, even clinical data are available for the particular product, although it is not necessary to have a clinical product, clinical data, but we did all the studies, in vitro, in vivo, preclinical, toxicity, heavy metal, whatever. And as Professor Nair was mentioning correctly, that nutraceutical means is in nutrition as well as pharmaceutical. Basically, if you see the difference between the nutraceutical, pharmaceutical, and Ayurvedic. Ayurvedic means it is a mixture. You are taking everything from the particular plant, and there is a proper probability that you will take some other unwanted compounds into that which may deter the target activity. Pharmaceutical, as you all know, you synthesize the particular compound in the lab, but there are stringent formalities to develop. Like you should have a regulation, you should have a permission, it takes long time. And that's what the pharmaceutical companies are more interested in generic drug, as you know, patent expired drug basically. So that is the thing. But nutraceutical is one of the things, like, it is basically you purify a particular compound from a particular plant or particular marine organism in the purest form. It is not a mixture, unlike Ayurvedic. But it is derived from natural. You are not going to synthesize that. That is the difference. Now, although that stringent, there is no stringent rules and regulation by it is necessary to do all the preclinical toxicity and other studies and clinical trial also. So sometimes clinical trials you do it, it can fetch good foreign market in US, European countries and all the things. So that is the thing actually. So what I feel, sir, it is very, very important. We are having very good product throughout the organization. Not only we have developed in CMFRI, but through Kerala University. Sir, you have developed Jeevani, you have told, and other things, other institutes. There are major institutes they have developed. Thing is that we should take off the market, and government should take a major role, policy, handhold those small startups. That is very important. I think DBT is here. DBT, madam was mentioning. I think they should give a special startup. They should handhold. So they are facing difficulties for branding and marketing. I think that is a major thing. I think you should take it up.
When you speak of the nutraceuticals using the the terrestrial plants, you have a lot of knowledge available. For example, you have this great Ayurvedic system. We have treatises like Charasamhita, Shishra Samhita, Ashtanga Hridaya. We also have that Hortus Malabaricus, which says about all those. And then we have great traditional indigenous knowledge. So connecting all those, you would be getting a lead to make a formulation. But nothing is available in the case of ocean. What will you do? How would you formulate a new nutraceutical? Probably a compound is okay. For example, omega-3 fatty acids or those kinds of things, which are classically being used. But then if you have to formulate a nutraceutical, combination of several things, so what do you do? With your phytochemistry experience, what do you say? Because you like to do everything out of blue, because you like to go for the pharmacological evaluations, you like to go for the preclinical trials, clinical, all the things will have to be done. But then you have a lead when you speak of the terrestrial plants or maybe terrestrial microbial system. So how would you formulate one? Just
basically, to develop a nutraceutical, as Professor Balasubramanian was also mentioned, the green method, he was mentioning about different type of extraction process. So generally, it is always good to have a green chemistry approach to develop a nutraceutical. And as I told, the nutraceutical means you have to have the method to isolate the particular compound from the particular source. So first approach should be, we identify a particular compound from an extract, that which particular compound from the mixture of compounds are effective against some particular disease or pathologies. So we have a methodology to scale up. Again, you have to commercialize. Commercialization means you have to have a 5% or 6% yield of the particular product, otherwise nobody can take up. No companies will take up for the future marketing things. So this is very important. We should look up the yield of that to scale up the things, and it should be in the as much as pure form of the particular active ingredient for use against some particular pathologies. Okay. And then we can mix it up with the adjuvants and other things, and then make the formulation and do all the toxicity studies, and in vitro, in vivo, preclinical, and other nutritional or other and clinical trial, followed by if clinical trial, it will be still better because you can go for the foreign market. Although India it is not necessary, but you can do in Europe also you can do very good marketing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kaji.
Thank you, sir.
You know, it's to Vinaya, okay, this question. What makes marine-derived nutraceuticals unique, and how could future research advance next generation? This is the one, no, I think
That was the previous question.
it has not moved. Okay, sorry. What are the biggest hurdles and opportunities in moving nutraceutical research from the lab to the market with clinical credibility? Will you be able to answer that? Okay, please.
So before answering the question, let me take a moment to thank the organizers of BioConnect 3.0 for this opportunity, also Dr. C.N. Ramchand. I'm deeply honored to be a part of this panel because sitting with the distinguished panelists, especially my research PhD guide. So coming to the question, what are the biggest hurdles and opportunities moving nutraceutical research from the lab to the market with clinical credibility? So as a nutrigenomics-based industry representative, we are trying to give our best to the people. So in that case, what we are facing and what we are trying to find a solution is, as Arun sir also mentioned, we are getting the best results or exciting results inside the lab. We are getting good results for in vitro and in vivo, but when it comes to people or clinical studies, the therapeutic efficacy is not that significant. So that might be due to the formulation, bioavailability, or clinical studies that is not matching with the real life. So first thing, we have to improve the bioavailability. Then if we have to introduce a truly effective product into the market, we should have a structured clinical study, a clinical trial protocol, standardized testing methods. Then we should make sure that the quality, means we should ensure the quality of the product from the research, from the lab to the manufacturing side. Second thing, as sir mentioned, there is no stringent regulatory framework for nutraceuticals, especially in India. There should be a, means in order to check, as Ruby ma'am also mentioned, in order to ensure the quality, there should not be any kind of toxins or heavy metals or anything like that. So we should have a strict regulatory framework for nutraceuticals also, as nutraceuticals comes exactly in between food and medicine. But when it comes to the regulatory framework, it is considered as only as food, sometimes not even that. So I'm not saying that it should consider as a drug, but at least we should make sure that it is safe when it reaches to the people. So the major challenges what we are also facing is poor bioavailability. So we are trying to improve its bioavailability through advanced carriers, using advanced carriers, nano formulations and liposomes like that. Of course, its opportunities are huge. Because most of the people, I mean, more than 80% of the people, especially in US and UK, they are depending on nutraceuticals to manage their health and treat their diseases. But we have to offer a high quality product to them, and I believe nutraceuticals, that will make wonders, yes.
Have you faced any difficulty while working with the industries to make something go to the market? Any hurdles that you have faced, or do you think that the clinical credibility is the one which is very important?
Actually, now what we are doing nowadays is we are taking it as and means in clinical study, we are doing it as an adjuvant treatment. So we are giving the supplement as an adjuvant. Okay. And we could complete one study of omega-3 fatty acids. So that clinical trial is going on. But in the initial studies, it is showing a very good results.
So what we made that it undergoes all the evaluation processes before it hits the market.
Each stage.
So that's the kind of message that you give to the people.
Yes,
also.
yes. Each stage we are making sure that it is safe and there is no toxicity, and of course it is having efficacy.
Okay. Drifting away from the human use, this is addressed to Rajalakshmi. How do nutraceuticals contribute to sustainable practices in animal nutrition and health? This is also very important because especially the livestock and other places, what you feed to them comes back to you, you know. So this is much more important than any other nutraceutical. Please, what is that?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for having me here. Nutraceuticals, how can they contribute to sustainability in animal health and nutrition? I would say, in fact, in animal health and nutrition, the acceptance and experimentation of nutraceuticals is a bit higher than that in human health, especially in the Asian countries at this point of time. And for example, if you take sustainability, the biggest sustainability issue of animal production is the diseases. And there are the issues of antibiotics and the corresponding AMR resistance genes and the environmental concerns. So that is where molecules such as probiotics or phytobiotics, that's a term we use, the phytogenic derived active molecules which can have a significant impact on a particular disease or on immunity. So these kind of molecules can be of huge help there. And last 5 years, there is a lot of acceptance for these kind of molecules in animal rearing. And it's not only about functional bioactives for particular diseases or targeting a specific functionality, but just a general composition of animal feed. It used to be a lot dependent on marine stock for a very long time. And my friend Dr. Rega from CMFR is here. She can give insights on the depletion of marine stocks. The marine catch is going a lot towards human consumption. And so the alternatives to that is including proteins from single cell, the microbial proteins which can be derived, also the algal proteins and seaweeds and all of these kind of options. And when it comes to sustainability, it's also the use of agricultural and other residues. So my organization, we are actually working, in fact, that project is happening in Kochi now. It's about utilizing the marine processing waste to produce peptides through enzymatic hydrolysis. And so these are the kind of initiatives that could work sustainably for both the animal industry and also for other industries and general environment as such.
One more, you see, that awareness, and false claims, these are two kind of things to be taken care of. Awareness to be created, what happens to the AMR, antimicrobial resistance, is that people are not aware of judicious use of antibiotics. So like any drug that is to be used, just not that you consume it lavishly, there should be a need and a purpose. Whether it is allopathic or Ayurvedic medicines, you need to have that. So maybe that false claims are coming up, isn't it? You say unwanted claims are being given, that do this. Fairness claim means that immediately you become fair, and that kind of false claim. So maybe, and what is needed is that awareness creation is very important. So I think that is one of the reasons why which we have AMR and other kinds of processes which would lead to hazardous impact on the human beings. Do you agree to that?
Yes, definitely. Awareness is one thing, but there is also a matter of affordability. So when it comes to so the animal producers, the farmers and, animal rearing, it's a very, very low margin industry. So if something is not affordable, even if we say that this is quite safe, this is much more effective and this is more sustainable, there won't be an acceptance unless it is available at an affordable cost. So the scalability of these kind of options is a very big aspect where it's not just enough to identify that there is a phytochemical that works for a particular function, but how to make that phytochemical at an affordable cost, at environment-friendly, consistent quality, towards a product that is available in the market it's a major part of the research that has to happen.
Thank you, Rajalakshmi. Now, there are a few more questions. Maybe I think we have only 4.5 minutes, because they're very strict that I should stop within the time. I don't know whether I will ask questions, ask the audience to ask the question. But even then, if you can answer, what role do nutraceuticals play in supporting immune health? Dr. Ruby, will you be able to say that? What role do nutraceuticals play in supporting immune health?
Actually,
Very short.
nutraceuticals, many nutraceuticals can induce the T cells and the NK cells. So it can modulate our immune system, and several nutraceuticals have been shown to block the immune checkpoints. For example, our Utroside B, it blocks the PD, it is a PD-1 inhibitor. So there are many compounds, nutraceuticals like that, and they can be used as a adjuvant also, as she told. It can be used as adjuvant with the conventional existing immunotherapy compounds. And then many nutraceuticals are shown to induce immunogenic apoptosis. So it has a good role in the immunomodulatory activity.
Dr. Kajal, could you answer the next one? How can India's marine biodiversity be sustainably utilized? Sustainable utilization is very important. We lose many valuable organisms mainly because we don't sustainably, indiscriminately, unjudiciously exploit them. So many of them have become extinct or become rare. So what do you say about this?
Yes, that's very important point. Thank you, sir. Because sustainability is the most important, and all the nutraceuticals, whatever you have developed, it should be sustainable. Because you are collecting from nature, whatever culture condition. For example, our first product, I told Green Muscle from Kallu Makkaya, I told Semifera has developed the cultivation technique. So already it is established and farmers have adopted that. Now, if we develop some very good product from that, not only patients and all, we can give very good, for arthritis, but farmers also down the value chain, they will be good, and it is sustainable. Because we are helping the farmers and we are not indiscriminately collecting from the nature. Now coming to another part of the area which Semifera has worked on seaweeds. So Semifera recently has published one publication in one of the leading publications, this one paper, that some of the area in Kerala, because Kerala, if you see, sir, mostly seaweed, if you tell it is Tamil Nadu, Rameshwaram, that area. But our institute has developed some mapping of the different seaweeds and the different parts of the Kerala, like a Kollam, different area. So those parts can be taken up for the seaweed cultivation. And once we cultivate the seaweed, we can take those seaweeds to develop the nutraceutical. So it is a win-win situation. The farmers are getting benefited, sustainability, and we are using that. We are never done something indiscriminately, something like that, it should be extinct. So always it is very, very important. Yes, sir.
How can we use genetic and metabolic information to make nutraceutical more personalized and effective? Genomics, personalized medicine come in this context. Will you be able, having connected with the well genome, and how would you almost time is up, but I would take forcibly 5 minutes from the organizers. So please, 5 minutes I would forcibly take from you, because I need to finish it. Okay,
first of all, thank you, sir, for adding that metabolic information in that, because in most of the cases, when it comes to personalized medicine, whether it is nutraceutical, Ayurveda or allopathic thing, people will be thinking only about the genetic sequences or the gene data, but that is only giving half of your picture. But when you combine that current metabolic status, current metabolic profile, then only that 100% figure will come. So Well Genome is offering that kind of support. We are combining this genome and metabolic analysis, and so that's why we are getting a current health status of that person, and accordingly we are doing the thing. Because in the genetic data, that is saying that how your body is, or what your body is built for. And your metabolic profile is saying that how it is functioning now. So when you combine both the data, then only you can make a personalized formulation, whether it is Ayurveda or nutraceutical. Otherwise, you can give a generic one, that generic supplement or something that may or may not work.
Excellent. Okay, the final question is what are the cost and scalability challenges using nutrients in commercial aquaculture and animal feeds? What are the cost and scalability challenges? Because it should be cost effective. There should be a scalable.
So cost is the challenge when it comes to using it in animal industry. So in order to make it more cost effective, there are several things. So if we have a plant, so in my organization, we have a specialty crop improvement group who actually work on, suppose we identify a plant which can produce a particular bioactive molecule. So we work on it to enhance the concentration of that biomolecule that can be assimilated in that plant through natural ways of growing that. So there is a lot of work on agronomy, the cropping patterns. So it's a huge science as such. It's almost like identifying that wheat can be used for making human food. Now, how can we grow it to an affordable cost that people can buy and use it for food? It's the same thing when it comes to a phytochemical molecule. It has to be affordable. So there's a lot to do there. Extraction technology is another thing which can have a lot of impact on the cost of these molecules. And then the bioavailability, how to improve the bioavailability based on targeted delivery mechanisms, whereby you can reduce the usage of that. So all of this will contribute to the cost and scalability. And as I said before, that part itself is a big area of research on its own.
If the audience give me 5 minutes, if you are not late for lunch, I would make you ask 1 or 2 pertinent questions if you want. It should be very short. Yeah. Make it very short.
This is to Ruby Madam. You mentioned that there are immunogenic apoptosis, conducive to apoptosis.
Yeah.
What are the nutraceuticals which are committing apoptosis? Or could you cite some examples local in Kerala? Any nutraceutical, is it curcumin based or pepper
Yeah,
based?
curcumin will induce apoptosis.
Okay.
Will induce apoptosis to cancer cells. Okay. But in the case of immunogenic apoptosis, it is a different pathway, inducing the immune signals, the immune checkpoints, etc. Curcumin does not do that. But utroside B does that. That's why I am telling. So
one question also, what about the bioavailability to make it more bioavailable?
Yeah, utroside B is bioavailable. It doesn't have any problem with bioavailability. But curcumin, to make it bioavailable, there are nano formulations which can make it bioavailable. And if you give pepper, it contains a compound piperin, so then also it can be made bioavailable. These are the 2 methods.
Okay, thank you. I think the organizers say that we should stop it. So maybe after attending the 3-day international conference and listening to many people over here, and maybe that I have discussed with the panelists, I would make some kind of recommendations, because that's what is needed for every aspect that's being discussed over here. Promote collaboration R&D in bioactives, formulation and nutrigenomics. Establish reference labs for standardization and quality, because we need to have, at the public sector level, we need to have that. Support pilot scale clinical or observational studies. That's what is lacking, because for that you need to have specific fundings. Foster academic industry partnerships for translational research, because many of those products that are made in the laboratories do not get translated and do not go into the society, because there is no funding for translational research. Accelerated translational grants and validation studies, create nutraceutical certification and quality mark, build collaborative consortia linking academia, startups and farmers, develop training programs on regulatory science and bio-entrepreneurship, position Kerala as a global nutraceutical innovation hub. Science, sustainability and safety must guide Kerala's nutraceutical. It's not that you make anything into a nutraceutical and put it in the market. Be very careful about what you're doing, because you're playing with the human health. So unless you're sure, not just for making money, that you should do it, that's what is happening around. So be very sure and very careful when you make a nutraceutical product. And I'm sure that there are a lot of opportunities available. I'm sure the Kerala Kerala's economy can be improved greatly through this process. I remember, I'll just end up with saying, 20 years before in the Legislative Assembly, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam gave a 60-minute speech. He gave 10 points for how to improve Kerala's economy. The most important thing that he said is herbal technology and the plant-based products. He said that if you judiciously use the plant wealth, medicinal plant wealth, and go for making valuable, validated herbal products, I'm sure that Kerala's economy will boost. I'm sure that this would be the take-home message that the conference should take, and I'm sure that the slides are there. Probably incorporate this as. I take this opportunity to thank my valuable panelists. They have been excellent because as they have revealed what they have revealed to you. Thank you very much individually, and I'm sure I have really enjoyed moderating you and for your pertinent and specific answers that's being given. Thank you, Dr. Praveen and Dr. Sunita and all the other connected to BioConnect. I said I miss Ramchand, So thank you all very much, and I have really enjoyed moderating this. Maybe let Kerala grow, especially the bioeconomy policy being released yesterday. Let Kerala grow and become the global front runner in nutraceutical and herbal tech. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our moderator and panelists for such an enlightening session. Now, I request Professor G.M. Nair to present the mementos to our panelists. Inviting Dr. Ruby John Ando. Dr. Vinaya KK. Dr. Rajalakshmi. And Dr. Kajal Chakraborty. Now I invite Dr. Arun Balakrishnan to present the memento to Professor G.M. Nair. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our lunch break. For the speakers, the lunch is arranged in the Maya Hall, and for the delegates, dedicated food counter is there in the Pandal, Anandapuri. We kindly request everyone to return.
Sensational AMR research. He has received the Fellow Award of Kerala Academy of Sciences and Royal Society of Biology, London. Currently, Dr. Sabu Thomas is the Director of Center for Excellence in Microbiome, a new initiative by the Government of Kerala. I'd like to welcome Mr. Neeraj Sharma. He is the CEO and Managing Director of OneSource Specialty Pharma. With a distinguished career of spanning over 30 years, Neeraj has lived and worked in key pharmaceutical markets in India, Southeast Asia, Latin America, and Europe. A seasoned industry leader, he brings deep expertise in general management and P&L leadership, having successfully guided businesses through the critical phases such as market entry, rapid growth, turnarounds, and merger and acquisition integrations. His diverse experience across both highly regulated and emerging markets gives him a well-rounded and strategic perspective on global pharmaceutical landscape. Dr. E. Srikumar sir, he is currently the Director of Institute of Advanced Virology under the government of Kerala at Trivandrum. Dr. Sri Kumar sir is currently the director of Institute of Advanced Biology, Trivandrum. He holds a master's degree in immunology from the Indian Veterinary Research Institute with a gold medal and a PhD in biotechnology from Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology. He started his career as a veterinary surgeon in the Department of Animal Husbandry, Government of Kerala. Later, he joined as a faculty scientist in RCGB in 2004. Molecular Virology Laboratory, headed by him, played a key role in initiating molecular diagnostics services in Kerala during the explosive viral epidemics in the 2016 chikungunya viruses, trans-ovarian transmission of chikungunya virus in mosquitoes, and multiple serotype co-infections in dengue patients and a vaccine strain for chikungunya virus. He established virological assays and animal models to test antiviral compounds and vaccines against chikungunya and dengue. He received the Fulbright Nehru Professional and Academic Excellence Fellowship in 2015 and worked as a visiting professor faculty in the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, Baltimore, USA, wherein he elucidated the virulence-associated mutation in chikungunya virus. He has mentored 10 PhD students, more than 50 master's students, and completed 12 externally funded projects. He has authored and published more than 50 manuscripts in journals of repute. He is a regular speaker in conferences and radio talks and appears in visual media for creating awareness on emerging viral infections. He served in various committees, including State Expert Group on COVID-19. He currently focuses on developing Institute of Advanced Virology into an international institute of repute, and also on research identifying broad spectrum of antivirals against emerging viruses using hot targeted approaches, a new paradigm in antiviral therapy. Thank you, gentlemen, for having you on the stage. So, moving forward, I would like to begin with Sri Kumar, sir. The task I have is as to handle a spectrum of experts here, unlike other panels. I am dealing with a patent attorney, I'm dealing with a scientist, and I'm dealing with an entrepreneur and another scientist here. So, sir, Sri Kumar, sir, if I may ask, when we think of bench to bedside in virology, what are the most critical regulatory hurdles in translating antiviral research from laboratory to clinical applications, and how can these be streamlined?
Good afternoon. So the question is what are the hurdles that we face in translating the antiviral research into clinical applications. So antiviral agents, just like any other drug entity, it has to go through all the regulatory approvals. So there is nothing different from a drug for any other disease or for a virology research. So it has to undergo, so one of the major problems that we face in antiviral research is having the right kind of assays and also the right kind of animal models for a preclinical evaluation. And once that is done, then it has to undergo all the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and maybe phase 4 trials. So, as such, there is no difference between these two approaches. But what we have seen is in most of these infectious diseases, especially those who are emerging, we don't have the right kind of assays in place. So in our own research, what we have been doing is to, from the very scratch, develop robust assays which are sensitive enough and which are also maybe high throughput adaptable kind of assays, which can be used for screening these molecules. And again, the prioritization of the disease. When we talk about antivirals, there can be many number of viral diseases, maybe more than 3,000 viruses have been identified. Out of that, some of them have got clinical priorities. And among that also, like some are neglected diseases, which maybe even after spending so much of time in an antiviral development, there will not be any market potential for that. So many people will not be interested to take up those kind of things. There again, we will face additional challenges. So that means that the investigator himself who is developing the molecule may have to approach for the clinical trials and maybe the translational components, which is always challenging. So maybe like most of us as researchers, we are not trained to do the actual bridging the gap between the academic research and the commercial production of a drug or a clinical trial. So definitely that will be a big challenge for us. So otherwise, all these approaches for any other drug and antivirals remains the same.
Yeah. So having said that, sir, one follow-up is how easy or how difficult is it to have the clinical specimens while developing this?
Yeah, so most of this antiviral development we start with primarily with essentially for any antiviral development we have to have the virus in hand and an assay systems in place, and also we have to have the proper biosafety laboratories depending on the safety requirements that is prescribed for a particular pathogen. If it is a BSL-2 organism, we can work in a BSL-2 facility, which is much easier to make. When it comes to BSL-3 or BSL-4, it becomes more and more challenging. And also, once we have these systems in place, then how to have a robust assay developed, that is the next challenge that we will face.
Thank you, sir. To Neeraj, what are the primary regulatory bottlenecks delaying commercialization of innovative pharmaceutical products in India, and what reforms would have immediate impact?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chandranand. And before I answer that, I really want to thank BioConnect organizers, for having me here. This Kerala is one of the most fascinating place for us as a family, the most beautiful place on the planet. So it's always a pleasure coming here. For coming to your question around what regulatory bottlenecks are there, I would answer it first by saying that there is a lot going on for India right now, to really succeed in this area. I'll start by saying one thing which we don't lack here in India is demand, right? So demand for innovative products. So I'm sure now it's a household name. You recently saw less than 10 months ago, Eli Lilly launched its weight loss product Mounjaro in India, and within about 8 months, it has become the #1 brand in the Indian pharma market, leaving products which have been in the market for 30 years behind. So, so there is demand. So people are willing to, and most of it is out of pocket, right? So it's demand is there. Also the fact that we have got a very strong ecosystem, very strong infrastructure, which is there for manufacturing, and which has made India, we often use the term pharmacy of the world, but the fact is that has really built, the infrastructure is in place. What is also in place is a very strong talent pool to make it happen. So we've got people who can build, who can develop, who can manufacture, who can do the quality control. So we've got a very strong talent pool there. And finally, what we also have is the will of Indian entrepreneurs. We have seen Indian entrepreneurs have never shied away from investing and whether in pharma or biotech, including innovative products. So therefore, with all this in play, what can really help? So I would not say bottleneck, but I would call them enablers, and I would very specific enablers in a regulatory field. And just 3 words, can summarize that, which is, in my mind, harmonization, digitization, and collaboration. Okay, if today, if we are able to bring these together, nothing prevents India, that make in India for global pharma to happen. Now, going into a little bit specific details, when it comes to harmonization, I would say, in CDSCO in New Delhi, we have a very progressive leader today, right? It's very, somebody who's really keen on developing, making India a real innovation hub globally. But what is also required is the harmonization between what, the central rules are and what the state regulators do. I think that's very key. it's very key to harmonize those. It's also very important to harmonize what India is doing with what the guidelines are from the premier regulatory agencies in the world, whether it is obviously US FDA, whether it is the European Medicine Agency. So it's important that, or even ICH, so it's important that we work in tandem, because only then we can, we can be somebody to support the world if we follow the same guidelines. And finally, in terms of collaboration, what is also very important that the industry regulator collaboration, which is a very standard thing in the West, is actually less so here. I have lived 25 years of my life outside of India, 20 years in Europe, and I can tell you the number of meetings I have had with regulatory agencies in Germany or in UK, Finland, where it's very natural for industry to, before filing a product, industry gets what is called scientific advice. It's called a Type B meeting in US and FDA. So, this kind of collaboration, pre-submission collaboration with the agencies really helps cut the review period and, bringing the product into the market. So I think, again, once you harmonize, collaborate, and have the results, digitized, I think nothing prevents India to being where it's find its rightful place.
Points well noted, sir. Two key takeaways from here. The thing is, yes, the authority sitting at the helm of affairs at CDSCO is definitely an industry-friendly guy. That's because he's come from the industry. That's why he's able to solve most of the issues. That's point number one. Second is, unfortunately, even he has to deal with the system because we work in a federal system where the state has its say, state health is a state subject matter. So that's the issues probably he's facing. And another third point well noted is we need to be harmonizing things in line with probably international agencies like the ICH and things like that. Thank you, sir. To Raju Garu, coming to the IP strategy and regulatory timeline, sir. How should innovators align patent filing strategies with regulatory milestones to maximize IP protection while meeting disclosure requirements?
Thank you, Dr. Chandranand, and I would like to start by thanking Kerala BioConnect for giving me this opportunity. And the importance of aligning patent protection with the regulatory pathwork is very important because if you don't align these two pathways, you might risk losing your patent protection and also regulatory delays. But the crucial thing here is there are two parallel paths going on parallelly. Patents are administered or granted by Patent Office, which is an independent organization, whereas the regulatory authority like FDA or EMA, or they're all different organizations. So there is no connect between them. They don't cross the paths, except for few countries where there is a patent linkage. So now, to have a sound alignment strategy, firstly, we have to see the kind of inventions we have at hand. If it is a breakthrough invention like NCE, then the pathway or the strategy would be different. For a NCE kind of situation, it should start off right away before the animal studies. Okay, first you file a patent for the compounds, like the Marcus claims you have come across. There will be multiple compounds in a single patent document, and then when you go to the pre-IND stage, then you go for the strengths or the dosage or the formulations. And then once you go to the NDA stage, then you will file the method of treatment claims or the final formulation claims. And post-marketing surveillance, there might be some new indications or label changes. So this is generally a strategy followed when it is an NCE or a breakthrough technology. But there are, most of the times, it may not be NCEs, like we have secondary patents or patents piggybacking on the breakthrough inventions, like you have salt forms or derivatives or any of these formulations or new uses. In such scenario, it's better to file a patent before going to the regulatory authority for an approval. And if you don't have enough data to, enough data in the sense you have developed the formulation, but still you need some time to optimize, then I would suggest not to wait till optimization, file a provisional specification. Especially countries like India and US, you have this facility of filing a provisional specification, which gives you time of 12 months to go ahead and file the complete specification. And it's very important because the patent system rewards the early filing innovators, and the regulatory system rewards the complete disclosure of information. Unless you do the complete disclosure of the data, you cannot get the regulatory approvals. So especially in jurisdictions like US and Europe, where apart from patent protection, you have other protections like the regulatory exclusivities or non-patent protection, like the marketing exclusivity, orphan drug exclusivity, patent term extension, SPCs and all this. So to get optimal protection for all these exclusivities, strong strategy aligning both the patent filings and the regulatory pathways, it's very important.
So, sir, follow up to that, Raju Garu. What would you recommend the correct point of inflection to actually for the innovator to think of patent and moving forward? What do you recommend the exact stage?
The exact stage would be, it depends on the kind of technology we're working in or the kind of, for example, if it is an NCA, it should be right from the beginning, okay? Or if it is for piggybacking invention, then also it should be right from the beginning. And because the kind of effort that or the data that you require in the NCE stage is much more than the piggybacking inventions.
Thank you. Coming to Dr. Sabu Thomas, sir, what would you suggest are the unique regulatory challenges that exist in translating microbiome research into therapeutics? And how should frameworks adapt to this emerging field?
Good afternoon to all. Thank you, Dr. Chandranand. And at the onset, I would like to thank the organizers for including the Center of Excellence in Microbiome, a new initiative of the Government of Kerala in this mega event. So then addressing to your question that you raised, I would like to answer in 3 different contexts, the same thing. Whenever we are talking about the first, the research, the potential of the research of the microbiome, and at the same time, the microbiome industry, followed by, we should think about the regulatory issues, if any. So as far as the microbiome research is concerned, as you all are aware, microbiome plays a very important role in the human health as well as in maintaining the health of this planet. So these are inhabiting the human. These are only not our co-passengers, they are the co-pilots. The microbes inhabiting the human act as the co-pilots or the architects. That means which plays a very important role. And this has got very importance even in the modern medicine and at the same in the Ayurvedic medicine also. This has been mentioned in the 460 BC by Hippocrates, the father of medicine, as the microbiome. All the diseases begin in the gut. And the same thing was represented as Krimi in the Ayurvedic Granthas. So why I should emphasize all these things, this plays a very important role. And as far as the research is concerned, when we are considering the research in 2000, only 400 to 500 papers are coming out globally. And in 2024, more than 30,000 papers are coming up from the microbiome field covering all domains. This shows the vast importance of the field. Then when we are considering the importance of the microbiome industry globally, it's a billion dollar business, $65 billion business currently, and it has been projected as 3 times bigger in 2030. All this shows the importance of the emerging branch of the science. And at the same, in this context, we have to think about the regulatory impact and the regulatory issues, if any. Yeah, as far as the microbiome is concerned, the products raised are as the probiotics and the fecal microbiota transplant and the biotherapeutic use. The probiotics are generally considered as the nutraceuticals, so there won't be any much issues. But that means any regulations are there. But as far as the FMT is considered, the Institutional Ethics Committee gives only the approval for the fecal microbiota transplant and the biotherapeutic also. But when considering the importance of this microbial world or the tiny world is showing some kind of importance, the two major things, their instability, genetic instability, as well as its lifespan is different and it is very specific to each. So we have to consider all these things when doing the research and even after for the product development. That is the stability, the viability of the organism, and at the same time, the safety of the organism also gives much importance. Nowadays, the government is giving importance to the antimicrobial resistance. So we have to check is there any resistant genes are available in the strain of interest, and at the same time, the virulence profile, whether the particular probiotic which has some kind of health benefit should be devoid of the virulence genes or the other toxin production genes. So these are some of the issues that we are right now facing. The probiotics are available everywhere nowadays, but the industry is coming up in the country. But as far as the state of Kerala is concerned, we have made a survey when we started the institute, but it is in the infancy stage, this microbiome industry in the state. And we have to provide importance to the preclinical and the clinical validation of this particular probiotics of importance. Otherwise, it will help us to disseminate the antimicrobial resistance genes or the unstable, non-potent organisms in the probiotic thing. So these are some of the major challenges that we are facing in the state.
Just a follow-up, sir. What's your take on the mushrooming sequencing labs, particularly to the gut microbiome? There is a lot of sequencing labs that are mushrooming within the country, especially for the microbiome. Of course, regulator has his eyes on that, but from a research perspective, are they addressing the right areas, or they are just looking into the immediate commercial profits? Sir.
Yes. So the sequencing is also very important because we can identify this particular bacteria only by doing the sequencing, the virulence genes or the other toxic genes. So sequencing is considered, should be a very important parameter for this taking this forward into a probiotic. That is very important. But nowadays, the sequencing platforms are changing. So in our center, right now, we don't have the sequencing platform. We are planning to outsource the sequencing based on some other criteria that is available. That means it is a huge investment for the sequencing to purchase. And also the manpower, specifically meant for the system is also there. So considering its financial constraint, better to have to outsource the sequencing, but we can't avoid, I strongly suggest that we can't avoid the sequencing for this purpose. If we wanted to take a particular microbe into the next level probiotic product.
Thank you, sir. Due to paucity of time, I would like to open the floor to the audience. If any questions, please.
This is to Sabuthamu, sir. Sir, what about GM microbiome, genetically modified microbiome for even getting rid of cancer? They say so. So it is galloping the world over. It is, as you said, it is a $30 billion business. So it is picking up everywhere. Sir, what is the secret code of microbiome get to cancer genome connection, the link between microbiome and metastasis? Is there any link between metastasis movement and gut biome? Or is there any remedy like GM microbiome?
You are talking about the genetically modified?
Genetically modified.
Yeah, genetically modified microorganism is microbes or probiotics of medical importance is available, but we have to go through the official procedures or the the guidelines of the ICMR and the FDA, all those regulatory agencies are there. We have to go through that only. Then only you can go ahead with the, that is not applicable only to the microbiome business alone. That it is applicable to any of the GM in the crops or in the agriculture or in the fisheries, everywhere it is applicable.
Sir, one question, sir. What about the ethics of total fecal transplant or total microbiome transplant from a healthy person to a patient?
Yeah, even fecal microbiota transplant is well known or well practiced in other countries like European countries, Germany and American countries. But here in the country, only few hospitals are conducting the fecal microbiota transplantation. There is one hospital in Kerala, the Rajagiri Hospital in Kochi. They are also doing the fecal microbiota transplant. One major issue that we noticed from the research component, we noticed is that they are transplanting this good microbiome bacteria from their parents or from the siblings or the family members. Sometimes it can be from the stool bank also. So here we should definitely follow all the screening criteria. And also one more thing, each hospital has their own ethical approval. So based on this ethical approval, they are doing the fecal microbiota transplant. And another major issue that is that we noticed is there won't be any monitoring or continuous study after the post-interventional fecal microbiota transplant. We should follow what happened to the core microbiota that is happening in the gut microbiome. When the microbiota from the others or the donor enters into the into the gut microbiome, there should be a chance of getting some kind of a colonization problem and all those things. So we have to monitor constantly for a period of time. Then only we can recommend the fecal microbiota or even for the biotherapeutic type of transplantation.
My question is to Dr. Srikumar. Sir, you can see that a lot of innovation is happening in in vitro diagnostics. During panel discussion, we discussed regarding the harmonization and compliance with European regulations and IVDR 2017-746 and all regulations. The one tough problem what the manufacturers face is the lack of availability of clinical samples for the analytical validation as well as clinical validation. Can IAV be a potential supplier for the clinical samples in the way like National Institute of Biologicals is giving the samples to the manufacturers for the validation and verification of the test case? Is there any possibility? Because since Bio360 is actively supporting and we are having a lot of A-class hospitals and research institutions in and around us. So why don't we exploit that possibility for the betterment of the IVD industry, sir?
See, most of the time that clinical samples that we are receiving is also on a limited supply. Like from a hospital, they will be conducting many additional tests and only a little bit of the samples will be reaching IAV. And in those those conditions where we can isolate a virus and have a repository of the virus, that is being extended for external validations. So the model that we are currently following is we don't send out the samples to the industry or to the client, but we ask them to supply us the kit and we do the validation in-house, because there we have some control on the use of the samples. So that is the model that currently we are using. But most of the time, the major issue that we are facing is the number of samples, especially for certain diseases where only few cases are there. Maybe we will have only limited supply of samples. So there, for the judicious use of the samples, we don't encourage giving the samples outside the institute. But we ask the manufacturers to give us the kits and we do a comparative validation with one of the approved kits or maybe an in-house kit that we are already using. So that is the model we are following.
I come from Silicon Valley and I have a little bit of experience in both India and personal experience, I would say. And I believe this is one of the important sessions of the whole conference from my experience. And I want you to give some approximate estimate of what it costs to have a patent or regulatory thing. So I don't want to scare all these budding entrepreneurs, but please give us some range of applying for a patent in India, US, Euro, China, or whatever, and regulatory aspects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, the patent filing process involves multiple steps, starting with the patent search, drafting, and then the prosecution. So the fee in India, it will start from 5,000. It can go up to 2-3 lakhs, but reasonable fees is like per a patent application to be filed and till granted, it will be around 1 lakh if it is a reasonable court. But if you are going to a big firm, it might be somewhere around 3 to 5 lakhs. And also depends on if there are any pre-grant oppositions or post-grant oppositions filed. And also depends on the number of prior art documents that they come across. But generally, reasonable court should be somewhere around 1 to 2 lakhs.
So does that include drawings and artwork also?
Sorry?
Does that include the drawings and artwork also?
Yeah. Generally, the drawings will be provided by the inventor itself because they know the drawings better. They get it done and then they give it to the...
Thank you. Thank you.
What about Euro or US?
In Europe or US...
And maintenance fee?
Yeah. The biggest, the white elephant with patents is the maintenance fees. Unless you have some commercial value, it's very difficult to maintain the patent portfolios. That's why many countries initially, though they have a very patent filing strategies, they're like stopping filing patents unless they see commercial value. And if you take Europe and US, again, the fees will vary depending on the search authority that you choose at the PCT level. And technically, in US, the filing fees, attorney fees would be somewhere around $750 to $1,000 or $1,200. And depending on the office actions, number of office actions, it might go up to, including the patent office fees, it might be somewhere between $5,000 to $8,000 if it is a reasonable fee court. But some firms, they charge much more. It's on an hourly basis responding to the office actions, wherein if a senior partner is involved, he might charge $500 to $700 an hour. Even in Europe, it's the same cost, almost 1,000 euros plus or minus.
Okay. Raju sir, I'm told the time's up for our panel. Thank you, gentlemen, for being with us. And I would like to once again thank the organizers, Dr. Praveen and team. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chandranand, and all our panelists for their insightful discussion on the critical interplay of R&D innovation and regulatory frameworks. I invite Dr. Chandranand to hand over the mementos to the panelists, inviting Dr. Sri Kumar, Director, Institute of Advanced Virology. Mr. Raju Bhupati Raju, Patent and Trademark Attorney. Mr. Neeraj Sharma, CEO, OneSource Specialty Pharma. Dr. Sabu Thomas, Director, Center of Excellence in Microbiome. I now invite Sri Ari Steenhoven to hand over the memento to Dr. Chandranand.
We now move into an insightful session on natural rubber for MedTech, Kerala's strategic shift, highlighting Kerala's emerging role in transforming natural rubber into critical medical technology components. Please join me in welcoming
ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് എന്താ പറയുക
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next session. Please join me in welcoming Mr. C. Padmakumar, Special Officer at Kerala Medical Technology Consortium. With his vast experience in the medical device industry and strategic planning, Mr. Padmakumar will provide us with an insightful background on the medical rubber strategy and its potential to transform Kerala's medtech landscape. Let us invite Mr. C. Padmakumar to the stage for his talk. inviting Ms. Sheila Thomas, IAS, KRL, and Dr. P.V. Unikrishnan, Member Secretary, KDISC, to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know that it's been almost 2 days of intense discussion. You've been listening to some of the experts globally and nationally. Today, from the broader life sciences, biotechnology, medical devices sectors, we are going to narrow our focus a little bit in this session. I think sometimes it helps, especially for a small state like Kerala with limited resources, to narrow its focus and concentrate its resources. So I'm not going to go into too much detail about medical devices. I presume that in the previous discussions that we had, the panel discussion that we had, adequate background has been given. But just to recap very quickly, the state of Kerala has 86 medical device companies, which is about 8% of the total number of companies in the country. It accounts for over 15% of India's medical device production. The combined turnover of these companies is over $1 billion. And we have a vision of quadrupling this by 2032. A distinctive feature of Kerala is not just the disproportionate share that we enjoy in terms of medical device manufacturing, but the fact that a significant portion of what we manufacture is exported. And this means that the quality of the products made in Kerala are of international standard. I cannot overemphasize the importance of meeting international standards if we are dealing in a product like medical devices. So when we looked at medical devices, we also tried to see what is the structure of this industry. Currently, how is it made up? So this $1 billion of turnover comprises of what? And our analysis showed that 45% of it is actually medical rubber-based devices. 35% is medical electronics. And the rest 20% is a combination of various devices, including dental implants, orthopedic and spinal implants, blood bags, artificial heart valves, oxygenators, and a big variety of devices. So, in keeping with the philosophy of KMTC, we decided that we need to narrow our focus to 2 or 3 sectors, and we picked 3. Number 1, medical rubber, which is the single most important sector. Second is medical electronics. And third is an area which is new, which is assistive technology, which we are looking on basically as a blue ocean strategy. So let me talk just a little bit about medical rubber before you hear Sheila Thomas, Madam, who is the chairperson of Kerala Rubber Limited. And this will be followed by Dr. P.V. Unikrishnan, Member Secretary of KDISC. I will say a couple of words about KDISC at this juncture because I think it's one of our best kept secrets. Many people don't know about the value of this organization which works behind the scenes, but which is responsible for many of the initiatives that you're seeing today. So whether it is the focus on biotechnology or life sciences or medical devices, EVs, AI, nanotechnology, clean technologies, a whole host of things, and a variety of very innovative programs are currently being pioneered by KDISC. However, you will hear more about that from Dr. Unikrishnan himself. Let me stick to the medical rubber strategy and the background. So as I said, 45% is already medical rubber. We have undoubted natural advantages. Being the largest producing state in the country, we still account for over 70% of India's natural rubber production. And we have a history of over 100 years of growing this crop, of processing it into various products and sending it outside the state. However, one of the problems that we face today is that rubber growers don't get a very good price. And often they face financial difficulty. So the government has taken a very clear stance that there is a need to protect and improve the lives of these small farmers. There is a need to improve the prices that growers get. And this can only be done in a competitive market if you have more value-added products. So what we are proposing is that by focusing on a sector like medical devices, you can significantly enhance value addition from, it is currently around 9 in the tire industry. And as we know, the tire industry is controlled by a few very large companies. Whereas in medical devices, the value addition can be as high as 40. That's almost 4 times this. So while the volume of medical devices may be significantly less in terms of value, in terms of margins, in terms of good prices for growers, this is certainly going to be a very effective strategy. What do we see as the keys to making this change? We have the record, the track record, and the experience of growing this crop, high quality natural rubber in the state. We have thousands of small holdings. We have large plantations also in the state. We have a few large companies who operate in the growing of rubber. We have manufacturing companies in the state which process rubber products into various kinds of, for various kinds of industries, but also interestingly for medical devices. So this is not new to Kerala. So we are not doing something which is new. On top of all this, we have the power of the central government. The rubber board, which actually represents most of the resources, the knowledge of the industry, is located in Kottayam, in Kerala. The Rubber Research Institute is probably the foremost rubber research institute in the country, and it is nationally and internationally recognized. We have several leading university departments like MG University, QSAT, with outstanding polymer science and rubber technology departments. And we have, above all, the Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology, which also has a very strong polymer science and rubber technology division. So putting all this together, I think we can safely say we have all the necessary conditions for success. So what is KMTC attempting to do here? We are just trying to bring all these different parts together, get them to talk, and support the efforts of organizations like Kerala Rubber Limited, which are setting up the infrastructure in Vellore near Kottayam for a modern, world-class rubber park for all kinds of industries, and we hope that a significant portion of the park will be occupied by medical device companies. So this is the background to the medical device strategy, and I will add only one last point. In today morning's session, and in the parallel medical rubber track, which is happening in another conference hall here at this very venue, one of the speakers mentioned that the fact that we produce 70% of India's rubber is not the main reason why we should look at medical rubber. The fact that we produce over 15% of India's medical devices, and we have an experience of manufacturing international standard products, exporting them globally, now that is the reason why we should look at medical rubber. So it is nothing new for us. We have a platform, we have a foundation to build on. And I'm looking forward now to what Sheila Thomas Madam and Dr. Unnikrishnan have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. C. Padmakumar, for that informative and inspiring talk. Next, we have the privilege of hearing from Ms. Sheila Thomas, IAS, retired chairperson and managing director of Kerala Rubber Limited. With her extensive experience in administration and deep expertise in the rubber industry, Ms. Thomas will share insights on medical rubber and Kerala Rubber Limited, critical pathways to success in Kerala. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Sheila Thomas to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to the august audience in front of me. Mr. Padmakumar has made my life easy because he has covered almost all the topics regarding natural rubber, the rubber industry in Kerala, and also the medical devices sector. Rubber, I would just say a few sentences about rubber. Natural rubber, as you all know, is a wonder tree, a wonder natural resource. It's very different from many of the other trees which you see all around you. It's an agricultural produce used for the industry, but so is cotton. What differentiates natural rubber as we see it here, that is a Hevea brasiliensis, which came all the way from Brazil to Southeast Asia and then through Sri Lanka to Kerala, is that it stores whatever it gives to the grower. You can keep the tree for years together without extracting anything out of it. Nothing will happen to the tree. No agriculture produce, as we know today, has that capacity. Tea leaves will have to be plucked when it is still tender. Coffee beans will have to be plucked. Cardamom has to be harvested. All the plantation crops, except rubber, if the price is not good and the farmer doesn't feel like tapping the tree, you can just leave it. It doesn't die. In fact, it thrives when it's not being tapped. So you can go back whenever you feel like and then start taking out the latex again. And the latex, when it is harvested in its purest form, it's one of the purest substances that you can get. Of course, we contaminate it with many things before it finally reaches as a product to the person who uses it. Rubber has its ups and downs. The price fluctuates depending on the market. When the supply is more, the prices crash. And from 2013 onwards, we have seen a prolonged slump in the price of natural rubber, which has started picking up in the last 1 year to some extent. So that is the basic reason for Government of Kerala to start another company. Government of Kerala already has many companies, and one more, many people say, was not essential to be set up. But anyway, the background was that the rubber growers for over a period of 5, 6, 7 years were going through very low prices for natural rubber. And government considered that it is their duty. Of course, they had a price stabilization fund which helped many of the growers stay back in this business. But apart from that, they wanted to use this natural material, which is in abundant supply in the state, add value to it, and ensure that the growers get back something more than what they are getting at that point of time. So deliberations happened over a period of 2 years, as I came to know. I was not part of the deliberations anyway. So in 2019, government set up this company called Kerala Rubber Limited. And then probably COVID intervened and nothing happened till the next 2 to 3 years. Then again, some life has come back into this organization, and we are building up a mega industrial complex in a place called Vellur it's in Kottayam district, but it borders Ernakulam district. It's only about 40 kilometers from Ernakulam city. It was part of Hindustan Newsprint Limited, which was a very thriving Government of India public sector, which was closed down and now revamped by Government of Kerala and being
operated as Kerala Paper Products Limited. So we are in one corner of that huge organization. And we are setting up facilities for the natural rubber value addition there. Whatever facilities we are setting up, it is based on stakeholder feedback. Extensive consultations were carried out with all the stakeholders in the natural rubber value chain, starting from the growers right up to the manufacturers, processors, and probable investors also. And this company, the government has formed with the intention of making it into a public-private partnership. Currently, it is 100% owned by Government of Kerala, but the shares will be divested if there are private persons interested in coming and investing in it. In the morning session, as Mr. Padma Umar was saying, one of the key speakers who came from Malaysia was saying that R&D in rubber. Malaysia was the pioneer, but they now lost out. R&D in natural rubber is very, very limited. I'm sure many of you will know that R&D in synthetic rubber attracts billions of dollars. Ever since First World War happened and the demand for rubber went up, and when all the Western countries which were on the war front realized that natural rubber was coming from areas which are outside their sphere of influence, and they are dependent to a large extent on this raw material to fuel their war machinery, they started pumping in huge amounts of money into the research for an alternative to natural rubber, which of course resulted in the synthetic rubber in its various forms. So the billions of dollars of research in natural rubber versus the very little funds which go into research on natural rubber, mainly done as an isolated activity by the Rubber Board of India, ensures that natural rubber remains in a very, very confined sphere. World over, the consumption pattern of synthetic versus natural rubber is around 65-35, 65 in favor of synthetic rubber. In India, somehow it still remains in favor of natural rubber because of the huge consumption by the tire sector. But there is a vast area remaining outside the tire sector, which is a non-tire sector, and medical rubber parts forms a very crucial part of that. This non-tire sector, India has not been able to exploit to a large extent because of the lack of research and some of the constraints which natural rubber face vis-a-vis synthetic rubber. So KRL intends to address, not on a very large scale because we are a very small entity, with KMTC's cooperation, probably we can reach out to a larger segment of the population and do research and development which is relatable and needed by the industry. So that is one area where this company will be concentrating. Of course, we have the other park-style investors coming in and setting up their industries and all that. But our concentration will be on providing services to persons who want the expertise they need regarding development of new products, information on new products, processes involved in developing new products, or even advices on what products sell internationally. I'm sure many of you know that the average consumption of rubber, when I say rubber, it involves synthetic rubber also, in India is a meager 1.5% per capita. Whereas the world average, I'm talking here not about country average, world average is 5 kg per capita. So, and China is around 7 or 8, and developed countries are 14 to 15. Of course, it depends on the number of vehicles also a person may use. So taking into account everything that you use, the rubber consumption in India is abysmally low. When we talk about a trillions of dollar economy and the third biggest economic power and all that, we should also realize that our consumption levels are even today very, very low. So we don't have to look at the tariff barriers which US or the European countries or whatever, whosoever comes up with. We have a huge domestic market which remains to be exploited. So let us hope that this 2 days of BioConnect conference, conclave which has happened here would have thrown up a lot of ideas, and natural rubber forms a part of it, and come up with new ideas which we can take forward and ensure that it materializes. Kerala is a great pioneer in many things. I don't know how many of, most of you must be knowing. We have the first electronics hardware public sector undertaking in the country. I'm not talking about in South India or anywhere. In India, the Keltron. And where are we today? We had the first software park in the country, the Techno Park. At that time, Bangalore was not even talked about as a destination for IT industry. Where are we today? I'm not saying that we have not grown, but the extent to which we have grown is very, very limited. So we need investors to come in and support anything. Kerala is like Bioscience Park, Life Science Park. Again, must be one of a pioneering effort all over India. So if you take the list of pioneering or initiatives taken by India, which is a model for the rest of the country, there are so many of them. There may be an anecdotal, it may be anecdotal. I've heard about this, people saying that when Mr. Karunanidhi first became the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, people went to him with a lot of ideas, they can do this and all those things and all that, how to take the state out of poverty. He said, keep all that, it's all very good, we'll look at it some other time. Now Kerala has done most of these things, you go study there and come back and implement. They implemented it and they went ahead of it. Where are we now? So there is a lot we have to learn from whatever we do, we need to sustain it. And when we talk about sustaining things, natural rubber is a material which is sustainable. So let us all work together, and we will be depending on KMTC. KMTC, of course, we have been working together, Kerala Medical Technology Consortium, which Padma Kumar is the special officer for, working together. And we need to have a critical mass of organizations working together, researchers, academicians, technologists, to make this a success. Thank you for your time and your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that enlightening talk. Please join us in inviting Dr. P.V. Unikrishnan, Member Secretary of the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, to deliver the keynote address.
I'm extremely thankful to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be here in this important conference session on medical rubber, natural rubber used for medicinal purposes, and deliver this keynote address. Dr. Sheila Madam talked about Kerala being at the top in a number of important pioneering initiatives. In fact, Kerala is also at the top of the innovation ecosystem as of now, which I feel. We have made a pioneering initiative in building the innovation ecosystem, not only in terms of the STI, science technology-based innovation, but also in terms of the DUI innovation. We have the largest using interactive innovation ecosystem in the country, having the biggest startup program. We also, I usually tell my colleagues, Kerala is lucky to have hotbed of quite a lot of complex problems. And this gives a lot of opportunities in terms of innovation. The KSIDC chairman who had come up with this, brilliant publication on Below the Radar, talking about the MSME initiatives in Kerala. We were together at a conference on innovation in Calicut, where we mooted this idea of innovation-led development as an alternative to investment-led development. I don't think that they are antagonistic, but in the Kerala context, innovation-led development has quite a lot of significance. Primarily because Kerala is a resource-constrained economy. The post-independent growth of India, and so much so for the entire developing countries over the globe, the focus had been on investments and bringing in technology for growth. Kerala is at a disadvantageous position because in terms of land availability, Kerala is among the, I think, 21st among the list of countries. If you look at mineral resources, in terms of ferrous minerals, Kerala is nowhere. In terms of non-ferrous minerals, Kerala is nowhere. In terms of minor minerals, Kerala has got hardly 1% with some granite and gravel and things like that. In terms of energy minerals, Kerala is nowhere. The only mineral which we have some standing compared to the rest of the country is atomic minerals. And atomic minerals is being a classified component with quite a lot of thorium and all that, is under restricted utilization. This poses a very serious challenge in terms of resource-based development in Kerala. This is a trajectory which has been followed by all the states. So when people compare about the growth of Gujarat, about the growth of Maharashtra, and compare it with Kerala, they just forget the fact that Kerala is a resource-constrained economy. In a resource-constrained economy, the use of natural resources as materials for development. Within these constraints, for instance, KDISC itself has initiated a major program on electric vehicle. We are trying to come up with 60% EV subsystems in the state. We have tried to make use of the titanium hydroxide in the titanium factory, which uses the illuminate from the beach sands, and use it to convert it into lithium titanate, which is very high value addition potential, and electrode material. We are also using the iron sulfate, which is made in titanium, and trying to combine it with lithium carbonate and make lithium iron phosphate. And we are trying to make different types of EV batteries. Lithium titanate, NMC. NMC has to come by boat. Lithium iron phosphate graphite. Lithium iron phosphate and lithium titanate together. This is going to be a major initiative as a part of the EV park. So we are making certain efforts in terms of utilizing the available resources. But there are serious constraints in terms of using resources. There are only two resources where Kerala has an advantage. One is the biodiversity, and the second is the human resources. And fortunately or unfortunately, this is the focus of, the most important programs that KDISC is driving. One is the transition towards a knowledge society, which is largely dependent on skilling and creating a vibrant talent pool for taking Kerala forward, where the most important skill is real-life problem solving, and that is where innovation comes in. And KDISC is trying to build the innovation ecosystem to bring capabilities in terms of real-life problem solving. Now, coming back to natural resources, we have a very critical program called, apart from the medical devices program, we have a number of other programs. We have established a Center of Excellence in microbiome. We have established a Center of Excellence in nutraceuticals. We have established, we are in the process of establishing the first genome data center in the country, which will be using the genomics insights for research and development activities in healthcare, in the primary sector, as well as in the secondary sector. These are important initiatives as far as natural science, utilizing the natural science, natural resource potential of Kerala is concerned. But among the available natural resources, the most important is rubber. The only other sources that we have, bamboo and wood, then spices and plant-based materials, and then possibly natural fibers, including coir. So the most important potential as a natural resource in Kerala is in terms of rubber, natural rubber. Now, I am not an expert in natural rubber or even medical applications, but I am sure that quite a lot of cutting-edge research in nanomaterials as well as biosciences will make a huge dent and transformation in the use of natural rubber. Natural rubber started, I mean, if you look at history, it was used in Sumeria for the first time long before it was introduced in the 18th century in the French Academy of Chemicals for the first time in the world. Long before that, it was being used in Sumeria for people for making, flowers, making wire, and also for balls and making balls and things like that. There are two important things which I would like to pose as a challenge here. One to Mr. Padmkumar himself. He had been leading the cutting-edge activities in medical, essentially blood bag technology as a part of his initiative in Thermopenpal. It is very difficult to use natural rubber as a substitute. I asked this question long back as soon as I came to talk to him. For a variety of reasons. Possibly toxicity, then possibly the issues in terms of gases moving, then, a variety of issues are there. Thermopenpal is, as far as I am concerned, one of the most important promising initiatives which has been, one of the most successful MSME initiatives in the state. Another very important successful MSME initiative in the state is the footwear cluster in Calicut. That also has got a huge potential in terms of using natural rubber, but there are challenges. Natural rubber in terms of durability is nowhere near the conventional polymer material for use for chappals. So there are two challenges before these two promising initiatives in the state, and then possibly the dental implant. In terms of flexible implants also, natural rubber has got quite a lot of potential. We have also the Asia's largest dental implant in Movatuvada. These are three major MSME initiatives. I hope that we will be able to make a dent in these three areas. There could be several other areas where we could make a definite entry. Wound care, drug delivery, implants and prosthetics, etc. are the other important possible use of natural rubber. Make it more competitive requires cutting-edge research in terms of life sciences and nanosciences. As Madam had indicated, the percentage of research, the quantum of research that goes into natural rubber is very limited. We need to focus on the strengths that we have in the innovation ecosystem. We have got excellent capabilities in terms of the Rubber Research Institute, in terms of the agencies which are undertaking nanoscience research at Gandhi University, Amrita University, and various other locations. We should try to garner all these strengths, and as a part of this particular initiative of medical rubber, I hope that we will be able to use these strengths and utilize these capabilities in terms of taking the initiative of natural rubber use for medical purposes to new heights. And definitely, medical electronics would be the biggest beneficiary out of that initiative. Whatever material breakthroughs that you make in this would be also useful for medical electronics as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. P.V. Unnikrishnan, for your enlightening and visionary keynote address. We now move to a special moment in today's session. I now invite Ms. Sheila Thomas to hand over the book on rubber product opportunities to Dr. P.V. Unnikrishnan. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in witnessing the release of the book. I request Dr. P.V. Unnikrishnan to release the book, The Medical Rubber Strategy, to Mrs. Sheila Thomas. Thank you so much. Requesting Shri C. Padmakumar to present the memento to Ms. Sheila Thomas and Dr. P.V. Unnikrishnan.
Calling upon Dr. Vishal Gandhi, founder and CEO, BioRx Venture Advisor, to present the memento to Shri C. Padmakumar.
Before we wind up, I think I should respond to Dr. Unnikrishnan's challenge. So, Dr. Unnikrishnan asked whether blood bags can be made from natural rubber. Why can't they be made from natural? So, I, having been in this business for almost 40 years, firmly believed it cannot be made from natural rubber. But about a year and a half ago, we went to MG University, met with the Department of Polymer Science and Rubber Technology with the Vice Chancellor and his team. And we were quite shocked to find, after a discussion, within 2 weeks they had come up with a proposal which clearly shows that blood bags can be made from natural rubber. And I think, though our products were always made from PVC, that is the way to go. So it is certainly possible. Thank you.
We now proceed to an exciting panel discussion on connecting science to business, accelerating technology translation. This session highlights how innovative scientific discoveries are effectively translated into viable business ventures, driving economic growth and societal benefit. The discussion will be moderated by Dr. Praveen K.S., CEO of Kerala Life Sciences Industries Park. Joining him are distinguished panelists, Dr. Ambadi K., CEO, Crips Bionest, and Dr. Vishal Gandhi, founder and CEO, BioRx Venture Advisor. Please join us in welcoming our moderator and the esteemed panelists.
So very good afternoon. Welcome Dr. Ambadi, Dr. Vishal. So possibly this is one of the unique sessions that structured around the theme of the entire event, that's connecting. I think few of you are sitting back can come forward and listen it properly because most of you are sitting on the back side. Okay. So this is the core session or the main theme the session that's structured around the main theme of the BioConnect, which is connecting science to business, accelerating the translational potential. So we have very privileged and honored two guests over here, Dr. Ambadi and Dr. Vishal Gandhi. Dr. Ambadi is a medical graduate and is also a 2002 batch civil service officer with a diverse experience and administrative background, who is in fact also a scriptwriter for movies, currently the Chief Executive Officer of Rajiv Gandhi Center Crips Bionest at Kochi. Welcome, Dr. Ambadi. We have the co-panelist and very privileged to be here, Dr. Vishal Gandhi, the founder of BioRx Ventures Advisors Private Limited. He has the experience as an entrepreneur as well as a versatile academician also. He is a venture builder, an angel investor, a charter member of TIE Delhi, a mentor for IIT Delhi, IIT Kanpur, IIT Guwahati, IIMA Ventures, BioRack, and is an adjunct faculty for the NIPER Ahmedabad. He has experience in Dabur Research Foundation, Ranbaxy, and S-Bank. Welcome, Dr. Vishal Gandhi. So, as I said in the beginning, the theme, connecting science to business. My question is to Dr. Ambadi. Having a diverse experience as a civil service officer and as a current CEO of Crips Bionest, what is your perception on the first hindrance or challenge for a science entrepreneur?
Thank you, Praveen. And at the outset itself, I would like to thank the organizers of BioConnect for being gracious enough to invite me to attend this program, BioConnect, connecting science to business. But as we all know, I want to make a small thing because one of our co-panelists' mother had passed away. Otherwise, it was a 4-member panel. So placing heartfelt condolences to the departed soul. So that's why it has been upgraded into a smaller session. But nevertheless, as the CEO was telling, this is one of the fundamental aspects of BioConnect, that is connecting science to business. So it's one of the important discussion which we can have today. So I represent Bionest. It is a biotechnology incubator based out of Cochin, and it's a joint venture between Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, which is under Government of India Department of Biotechnology, and Kerala Startup Mission under Government of Kerala. So in fact, actually it represents the combined will of both the central and state government to create an enabling ecosystem for the development and the promotion of incubation in the sector of biotechnology. So in Bionest, apart from various activities which we do for supporting various incubations and incubators and startups in biotechnology sector, we have also started a program where actually we venture out to the possible or future young entrepreneurs who are in the schools or in the colleges, who are doing maybe in the area of biotechnology, other through actually inviting them for various programs and visits to the sector. We are also reaching out to the various department heads, going there and enlightening them on the opportunities in the incubation sector. So one of the core thing which we found was that maybe if you are interacting with 100 students or 100 potential entrepreneurs, and when we ask them, I mean, how many of you are interested in starting up a venture or entrepreneurial venture by yourself? Hardly if 100 people come, I mean, it will be lucky if at least one person say yes. So, so what we have to realize that what all kind of ecosystem which we create inside an incubator, the social ecosystem is little against that entrepreneurial mindset. I think that is one area actually we have to crucially address. Then only actually that entrepreneurship as a viable career option will come up. Otherwise, actually, we know actually most when we interact with parents or maybe teachers, they bring up their children, a boy or a girl, to become a doctor or an engineer or a civil servant or get up a job in a multinational company. So that is the whole idea in which probably, especially maybe in a state like Kerala, we are all brought up like that. So that kind of a mindset is there, and entrepreneurship is there only in families where the businesses run. So those people who are actually seen their parents are doing that business, they have that open mind towards starting an entrepreneurship. And if you take the incubators that have come to BioNest, more than 50% of their parents are into business.
Okay.
And they are supporting them, and they are actually asking them to go out there, risk it out, and find out whether it will be there or not. So I think one of the important hurdles which we are facing is that this social ecosystem of, we cannot say it is not, it is not friendly to entrepreneurship. It is actually against entrepreneurship. So that has to be addressed. Probably, maybe as a recommendation of this BioConnect 3.0, we can even actually give it to the government that these kind of things has to be included in the pedagogy right from the school. Students have to be taught how business has to be run, how money is being made, how it is multiplied. So actually, we teach them everything except all these things. So that is why actually that kind of a entrepreneurship, anti-entrepreneurship mindset is there in the society. So this has to be addressed. I think this is one of the important hurdle in a long time, so that in the next generation or next to next generation, they, at least if you take 100 people, at least 20, 25 people will say yes, that I will start an entrepreneurship.
Yeah, Dr. Ambari has pointed out the initial challenge lies at the social ecosystem. I think Dr. Vishal has seen the different life science ecosystem in India and abroad. So what's your take on this social ecosystem challenge in the translating the science to business? Because the young minds has to be get motivated and that has to be translated. So we have to catch them in. So the challenge lies at the initial phase itself. So what's your take on that?
Absolutely. So first of all, thank you so much for having me. I think this topic, accelerating innovation to market, has been a driving force for me to keep working with startups. And I think we were the first ones to start a program called BioAccelerate in 2013. And coming from biotech background, I could see that the environment for nurturing startups was very missing. And 2014 onwards, we have seen even the central government has started supporting biotech startups. I think it's a very, very progressive step. And today, whatever you see, I think it's because of that step that was undertaken. But I feel that, 0 to 1 journey, idea to innovation, and validation is still a very easy journey, not very difficult in today's environment. But the most difficult journey is to really take the innovation to the market. And I think this is where the fusion of science, TRL1 to TRL6 journey needs to be fused with TRL7 and above. Right? And this is where sometimes as a scientist, graduating as a team player becomes very, very important aspect, and this is where we miss out on. And the number number of technologies that have been developed in India and the kind of support government has given in last 10 years, I think is phenomenal. In fact, I have seen the government has done much better than as funders we have done. But I think it's time for us to also see the success stories of reproducibility, the success stories of impact, right? Even our government sometimes is not actually taking the product from the startup, right? So we got to have a very good ecosystem. I think it's a right time. We have right ingredients. The question is enabling policies. And if there is an enabling ecosystem, which I think today it is. When I was a student, I graduated from University of Hyderabad in 1999. That time there was nothing called entrepreneurship, right? Only thing I was very fascinated about was my professor was running a collaboration with Dr. Reddy's, and I said, sir, I want to join industry. Because he was only one professor in the entire Department of Biotechnology who had collaboration with Dr. Reddy's, and that became very fascinating for me. And that's how I got driven to entrepreneurship. And my first assignment was with Dabur, and very, very fortunate to have been trained by Dr. Burman, who is the current chairman of Dabur India Limited. So we started molecular diagnostic venture 25 years ago, right? So when you have people, you know, who have the right way of looking at things from not 0 to 1, but 1 to 10, and then your 0 to 1 journey also becomes very impactful. So it's very important to have a right team in the beginning. Don't want to wait till you develop a product, because product development journey is very, very difficult. And if you do not really validate your idea, it's about scientific validation. But who's doing the marketing validation? So if you don't fuse the market validation with the scientific validation, you are not going to create an impact. And that is what is missing. Because people develop product thinking that there will be a pull effect. Actually, there is no pull effect for scientific products in India today, right? The biosupplier space, if you look at, and I have been a user of biosupplier during my Ranbaxy's time when I started genomics venture. You know, we used to wait for chemicals to come from Sigma for 3 months. I still see the dependency of those chemicals is three months, right? Why are we not looking at doing backward integration? Why are we not looking at biosupplier as a space? Medical device is a very interesting area, and I think we have seen good number of success stories from our own experience and also from the ecosystem experience perspective. I think we need to have a very right team to begin with when we actually find an idea. You just cannot have a solo founder doing everything and then you suddenly tell that person to upgrade to a business person, because that's not going to happen. And that's where you don't see science translating to public health, science translating into business, science translating into GDP growth, right? We keep cribbing about that the amount of GDP being spent on science is very less. But I think it's time for us to reflect that, you know, are we doing it right? I think it's time for each of us to think that, you know, are we spending the money, the public money, to address our problems? Medical device is a sector, you know, 80% imports 20 years back. Even today, between you and me, its dependence has gone down only by 6 to 7%. 73% still we are dependent. 135 products in this country are not even made, which are very crucial in the ICU setting. Total number of medical device products are 323, which are commonly used. 132 products are not even manufactured in this country. I think, guys, there is enough to do import substitution. We need to think incremental. We don't need to always think disruptive. But I think there is a mix of both which is required to solve our problem, right? I think I can take you back to the COVID times. You know, we say we are the pharmacy of the world, but what is behind the pharmacy is the API, the intermediate. Who's supplying the intermediate? It's China. And you know, that's when 15,000 crores were allocated to augment the API capacity. So I think these are the kind of steps which are required to do backward integration and the front-end integration. And the front-end integration is how government should take the products from the startups. Because if government is not going to encourage taking the products from startup, I think there is going to be a problem. Healthcare practitioners do not want to take products of made in India. Now, this is the kind of mindset which is there, but it needs to be changed. I think together we can really transform, this innovation into a knowledge-based economy, particularly bioeconomy. I think such events are very, very thought-provoking, and I think we should really take steps to make sure that the startups really contribute to the knowledge economy by way of doing the right things at the right time, with the right team, at the right valuation, at the right capital structure. I think I will not talk about it, capital structure right now, but most of the technology businesses, the capital structure is the reason of their failure. And most of the time, we don't give weightage to capital structure at all, and it's very unfortunate, such big companies, when they don't take the right decision, at the right time, and then they land up closing their innovation, ultimately, it again puts back country -5.
Yeah. So you have touched a diverse pointers, but I would like to pick one critical point, the importance of having the right team. Because if in life science sector, basically a scientist will not have that much of financial knowledge, the kind of experting in regulatory validations. My question is to Dr. Ambady. So, as the CEO of Krebs Bionest, what is your experience on the scaling up potential of incubators, or why did they fail? On the perspective of the team, the team structure. So what made them successful, or why they were not successful, even though they are a TRL6 or TRL7? Why they were not able to scale up or accelerate their growth into much more business potential? So what's your take on that?
I answer that question. One point which I wanted to add to Mr. Gandhi said was in Kerala government has actually taken a very nice policy decision, where in which it has come out with a government order which says that for the products or services developed by startups who are registered with the Kerala Startup Mission, for those services or products which are up to 3 lakhs, that can be purchased by any government organization or the PSU without tender. And if up to 50 lakhs, it can be purchased with limited tender. I think that is one of the good policy initiative taken by the, that will help startups, in
to
selling
scale up
their products or
scale
services. Yeah, yes. So, actually, Bionest started somewhere actively participating in this ecosystem from, I think, 17, 18. And after that, the COVID struck. So after that, there was a kind of, you are not able to, some of the startups, because of so many other reasons, they could not come out. But if we take the period after that, I think at least 3 startups, there are around 19 startups that are incubated currently there. 2 of them are virtual incubators, so total 21. So out of which 3 or 4 startups have actually come out with very good products, and which has actually, they have matured out. They have put, they have taken space in infra park, and they are going in an industrial production way. So those were actually, if you look at, one of them was actually a product which is used for neonates in ICU, for giving support for them in their oxygen support. So that was actually one of the cardinal needs. The gap was rightly assessed, and the product was developed, it was validated, and actually it is now being used. And it was actually, even at the experimentation stage, actually it was used in places like JIPMER, which is one of the pioneer medical institutes. So they have actually said that it is a very nice product, and now they are going for, they've got good capital, venture capital support, and they have matured out. So what I found was that actually those products and ideas which had, as he was rightly saying, it was done the right market kind of study. There was a gap. The gap was rightly found, and the product was actually, there was a need for that product. It had actually cutting edge advantage than other products which was otherwise used in ICUs. So definitely that need gap assessment was right. So those products could succeed, and they could come out well. And for those products, actually, especially some of them who could not market it well, or they were not able to listen, because I have found that the technology was not right. They were not able to come out with the right product which they were actually proposing to achieve. So, I
So
think
you're
that-
basically endorsing and emphasizing the point that, as Dr. Vishal has told, the market validation,
Yeah.
the importance of market validation. So for translating a science into business, there should be a market validation has to be done. Otherwise,
Definitely. Actually, most probably, if you look at scientists, for example, we also work with Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology. I think the institute has started 30 years back, and right now only one faculty has come out with a startup. So the whole idea started coming up now only. I mean, even if you are having all these facilities. So the scientists generally do the scientific research for the pure passion of it, for expanding the knowledge. I mean, without probably connecting, they have a yogi kind of a mindset. But if you want to have a market validation, you have to understand the dynamics of the market. Then accordingly, probably you have to get a funding, you have to get the validation, you have to get the IP, all other things, funding. So not yogi, you need to have at least a bogi kind of mindset as well. Then only you will be able to succeed.
so basically the scientist point of view, they'll be looking at their development will be up to TRL 3 or TRL 4 or TRL 5. So there should be a industry intervention for a technology translation. So as an investor, at the interface between the industry and the R&D, and you have supported and invested in, maybe in the case of recently invested 3 companies case study, you can say, the interface between R&D institutions, technology transfer, scaling up, translation into an entrepreneurial ecosystem, the technologies. What are your positives and negatives on that thought?
Sure. So I think for us, from Indian Healthcare Angel perspective, the firm that I run, apart from BioRx Ventures, these 3 companies that we have recently funded in the last 6 months, one is called SevaMob, and they have developed AI-based screening tools, right? Because today, when we are moving towards the world from curative to healthcare preventive, I think the screening is going to play a very important role. And the screening based on IVD is not going to be the solution because we have 1.4 billion people and how many times will you screen them? And it's going to be like really crazy. And I think AI is a solution. It's a great enabler. So with that perspective, we've invested in SevaMob. Fortunately, they were never in incubator. So the technology was all developed in the US and that got licensed to their own company in India. And they are one of the highest social impact organizations in the country. I can say they probably touch every day 10,000 lives, and all this has been supported through the CSR money. And ultimately, I think there's an impact that's been created. So we always look for impact. ESG impact is a core to our investment philosophy. The second company, is doing excellent work because all of us know about precision oncology, precision everything, but nobody talks about precision surgery. And I think today, the marketing of any hospital is around what robotics are we using, right? So I'm sure all of you have been to the airport recently and Max would say that I have this robot and that robot. But robotic surgeries and the robots are so expensive. The gold mine, which is basically gold standard, is called Da Vinci, which is 30 crores. How many hospitals actually can afford that? But should the hospital not have a robot? Absolutely, they should have robot because the precision surgery actually helps in rehabilitating much faster and unnecessary tissues, which are healthy tissues, are not really dissected. So the trend is very clear that we're moving towards robotic for surgeries, for GI, for neuro, cardiovascular. I'm sure all of you are aware about a very fantastic company, SSI. The company that we've invested in is a Bangalore-based company called Articular Surgical. They've developed this robot at such a fraction of cost. You guys will be very happy to know they've done all this, which is comparable to Da Vinci model, 90%, and it'll be sold at 1/10 of Da Vinci price. This is the made in India, totally indigenized, and how it happened. Fantastic team, a mentor from the medtech area. The father happens to be a clinician from Bhubaneswar, worked, while actually developing the product, thinking from the clinician side. And the founder from IIT Kharagpur, automatic engineer, he wanted to build robot from his code, right? He was very clear. But how the enabling ecosystem, and BIRAC gave them the first check. And, because BIRAC did the validation, so it was very easy for us to see whether, what kind of milestone that person has achieved. Today, we invested about 5 CR in them. And with less than 7 crore, he's going to launch a robot for GI surgery is phenomenal and transformational. And we feel it's a great, great story of import substitution, which I think a government mandate is. Also, why should a normal hospital not have a robot? Why should it not be accessible to patients who are not so well, to do with from a perspective of finance? So I think we want to support such import substitution stories. These are disruptive. These are not incremental. And the third one, we all know about how, diet planning plays a very important role in the diabetes management. We all know that. But how much can we implement in our life, right? So this person, it's a company called Liverify. They came on Shark Tank. The earlier brand was called Keto India. How they are now engaging with pharma companies, to make sure the doctor actually focuses on providing the Gen AI-based diet chart than actually only giving medicine. Because only giving medicine is not going to be the solution. It has to be in conjunction with medicine and the diet and the feedback mechanism, which will create a diabetic to be able to monitor his health better. And nobody else can monitor your health better than you or yourself, because you are meeting doctor maximum what? Maybe 4 times in a year. Now, how much will he know about you? So he needs to track everything of yours. So it's a Gen AI-based diet chart, and it also enables you to get the feedback. So I think this is the transformation. Like with India being a diabetic capital, we really needed this solution. And we felt better to not do B2C, but to do B2B, because, I have always been a big believer of B2B businesses, because I think to start with, nobody will give you any money to burn. Every investor, government, of course, has an objective to fund translational science to an extent of TRL 1 to 4. But, as a commercial investor, it's our business to invest and take out money. So we would love to see that even if it's a low margin business, but we must make unit economics positive. So guys, if you are startup here, if you are not unit economic positive, don't need to even think about developing a business, because you will not be able to sell it. How long can you actually take money from the government? How long will you put your money as a bootstrap money? One day will come where you will say, why the hell am I doing it? And by then your equity is wiped out. No investor is going to come in. So guys, please be assured that from day one, everything from a unit economics perspective must be positive. And then you will see that how the ecosystem will support you with the right capital structure. We have all kinds of, I think Dr. Praveen has been able to, assemble all stakeholders from equity world to TDB to, Birex of the world. I think you need to really figure it out. What is the right capital structure for you? Who's the right capital provider for you? And what actually you need beyond capital. So I think we really believe that if we will not fund a company, if we cannot really add value, and the value is not capital and beyond. And I think that is what we call as market access. And that's where we leverage on a B2B relationship to drive sales for them. And if they have a sale, then the business is there. And if the business is there, the money is there. It's only required to grow, right? And that's exactly how you build sustainable businesses which are solving a problem of solutions towards import substitution.
Yeah. Coming back to Dr. Ambadi's point on, like the academia or the R&D institutions, you have pointed out, like after 30 years, RGCB recently on only one faculty has started a company. So the traditional procedure or the traditional way in is that the academics is solely into technology developers. They are not actually technology translators. So how, what are the gaps you identify, or the guidelines which we have to formulate, or the industry intervention from pushing these technology developers to technology translators? Because that's what happened to have the science to business aspects. Because many of the technologies are being just developed only. They are not being translated, which you had also pointed out. So what are the steps which we need to take on a government perspective? Because you have a diversified government experience as well. And Vishal has put forward concisely what's the industry and market expectation as well. So what's your take on that?
I think one of the important steps now taken by Government of India is setting up of these bioclusters. Now, Trivandrum has been taken as 5 bioclusters are coming across the country, and Trivandrum is taken as one of the bioclusters. And the second campus of RGCB, that is in Nakulam, where this biocluster is most likely to come up, where this, as we say, that translation from science to business or something like lab to life kind of translation will take place. So one of the steps actually in this biocluster, what is happening is that there we are actually integrating that space physically as well with the RGCB main research system, where we are also inviting industry bodies and industries to come up there and set up their set up there in that, they can have their own kind of a research component that can be kept in that biocluster environment. So that actually there will be good communication between what is happening within the research as well as what is the need of the industry. For example, this RGCB has been doing at least 3 decades of research in cancer research. And and they have actually even some of the vaccines developed by RGCB has been even approved by WHO, and they have used it in various situations. So, but the thing is that those things are remaining in the environment of research only, within the lab. It is not translated into that life kind of where actually it can translate or transform the lives or the lifetime, address the lifetime needs of common people. So I think that this biocluster will be an opportunity where industry bodies will be there in the same campus, and scientists are also there. So there can be a platform in which they can interact so that the industrial needs and this research things, some kind of a bridge can be found out. Probably the industry can find out what kind of product they can develop from the research that is already taking place. For example, if somebody is, I was discussing with the scientist, and his whole idea was that whether a protein will go through the mitochondria. So we don't know whether, because with that the research ends, whether it goes or not. But how it can be translated into a precision medicine or kind of an intervention, probably an industry body will be able to take. So that linkage and that communication will be very important, and I think that biocluster will be a welcome step in bridging this gap.
So I would like to emphasize one point which you highlight, the need of the industry. The technology developers or the scientists or the researchers or the academia who are into technology development phase should identify the need of the industry. So then only it will be scalable. Otherwise it will be lies on the publications or the project report as such. So the need of, so on bridging the need of industry requirement, so what's your experiences on the bridging the gap, the need of the industries? So what are all the steps you have taken, or how you clearly assess when picking up the startups which have been in the initial phase, who have the scale-up potential? So how will you wish, like in terms of the latest deep tech technologies developing? So what's your take on that?
So you're asking that how does the industry look at academia?
Yeah, academia, like when to translating and accelerating the science to a business perspective.
So, I have a huge appreciation for academics because we are all students of universities, and that's what I think we are all proud of. But I think the KPIs for universities used to be publication, and then eventually it led to patents. And then from patent to, I think entrepreneurship should be another one, right? And we haven't really graduated. As he said, RCB is one of the finest institutions in the country which does good amount of biotechnology research, right? And only one faculty member has been excited to start entrepreneurship. Now, what do you do with a patent, right? There's so much of value that has been created in the patent, not for the promotion of a scientist, but at least towards looking at how it's going to solve a global problem or a Indian problem, right? And that patent remains patent because the objective of the patent was to get promotion. And I think that needs to change. And sometimes, it's not about industry academia, it's also about academia industry, and they have to be working in tandem from the beginning. And I think some of the person was mentioning to me that in Malaysia, they are very clear that R&D essentially means for industry. Otherwise, it's science. If we are doing R&D in a lab, which is cutting-edge biotechnology research, it has to translate into solving our problems. We are still dependent for searching for TB, malaria for the world. We are still do not have, while we are focusing on oncology, right? Because there is enough money in oncology, we want to see how we can raise money from VCs. But at the end of the day, we haven't really prioritized, TB medicines, TB diagnostics, literally, the market share is owned by not an Indian company, but a company which is a Swiss company. Is this a Swiss problem? But they do see a market access in India, and for them it's dollars, right? But why have we not been able to look at it? So I think it's time that, there must be a greater partnership, and I think the way US biotechnology has developed and the way I have tracked it, it all started from academia. Academia was the instrumental in establishing biotechnology for the world, and they were very clear that their strength is developing research-based products, and we will license it out. They did not want to start enterprises. They were very clear that we are not here to set up manufacturing hubs. Our core competence is technology development, and as soon as the technology development happened, because the technology development underlying was very clear that the industry will pick it up. And industry did pick up by way of merger acquisition, by way of technology transfer, and that's how you have seen companies like Sanofi picking up interest in Genentech. Companies like Biogen got acquired by big companies, right? So biotech as a sector, I think, is very well research-oriented, and I think we should really play what is the requirement of the country. And I think today we are talking of cell and gene therapy, and I think the next promising thing is cell and gene therapy, guys. We will have precision medicines, and I think the infrastructure that is required to deliver precision medicine for India, I think we haven't even thought through the supply chain required. And we think supply chain is already there. People develop products thinking that, minus 20 degrees all over India, right? But when it comes to distribution to the last mile, that product fails because they never conceptualize the entire journey from innovation to the market and then scale up, right? So supply chain is a very, very, very important, guys. If you are in bio area, if you're not thinking supply chain, you will miss out something on it because your potential may be 100 crores, but you're only doing 10 crores. So this is what I learned during COVID. Yeah. As a student of, I would say supply chain management, I think I felt it was a very boring subject, but real importance of supply chain came during COVID time. And I was very fortunate to be part of Niti Aayog panel on ensuring that supply chain for COVID vaccine is so robust that we cannot afford to lose 30% disruption in supply chain for COVID, because it really happens all over India. 30% disruption is normal, but for COVID we couldn't think of, and I was very, very fortunate to be part of that thought leadership.
Yeah, we are, thank you, Dr. Ampadi and Dr. Vishal. We are running short of time, but before winding up, I would like to have a few interactive questions from the audience.
To Dr. Vishal Gandhi. Sir, you mentioned about import substitution like the Da Vinci surgical system. Sir, you mentioned about the import substitution. Like it is unaffordable to India, just like that of Da Vinci surgical system. So we developed our own. Is it so? India made its own indigenous Da Vinci.
Great question. So I think import substitution does not only happen that you have to in-house develop a technology and technology should bring to India. It can also be licensing a technology from any part of the world and let that be your impetus to do production here. And that itself is a contribution towards import substitution, and that's how it actually started in India. Okay. Right? A vaccine is a very good example. The basic technology, underlying technology of vaccines actually transferred from universities in Harvard or Wisconsin. It got originated here.
Sir, you mentioned about the COVID-19 supply chain was unbroken. You mentioned that it was not broken.
10,000.
COVID-19 vaccine supply chain was intact in India because of Niti Aayog. Are you saying so? Is it because of...
I'm not able to capture your question, sir.
No, he was saying that in COVID-19...
Maybe I can have a one-on-one conversation with you. We should give opportunity to others to ask.
Sir, one question to Ampadi, sir. You mentioned about the entrepreneurial system should have, India should have a entrepreneurial pedagogy. Please explain.
No, I was saying that actually to Because I began by saying that actually when we interact with 100 students from a university or a college who come to our Bionas campus, when we ask them how many of them want to be an entrepreneur, to start something on their own, hardly one or two, maybe even nil, people respond. So what I was saying is that even though we create a very enabling or very enticing kind of ecosystem within our startup mission or in Bionest or somewhere, the social ecosystem is not, it is actually anti-entrepreneurial, because our parents or our teachers who are there teaching the students, they doesn't create that, they doesn't instill that kind of a confidence in the mind of the students who take up something on their own, take that risk it out.
Sir, I want to know whether the Indian DNA lacks the risky
Yeah, I think
mindset.
we will take few more questions and we will.
Sir, are we Indian DNA lacks risk-taking mindset?
No, I never said that, and I will not subscribe to that point, because that is what I said, that even 50% of the startups that are there in Bionest, they actually belong to the people, their parents are into business. So actually that kind of a mindset is there. It is how we are brought up. It is nothing to do with genetics, I personally feel, because the problem is that we have a mindset in which actually a person is secure, especially the middle class mindset, that a person is secure only if he gets a government job or probably a job in a multinational company. They don't want to them, their watch should take little risk, start some businesses.
Sir, I am saying,
I don't think that there is nothing to do with genetics.
I think
there.
Sir, the Marwadi gene, the
Yeah,
Saurashtrian
we will
gene.
have that question later on. We need to give opportunity to other people also.
In backward integration, that is, any specific factors we have to look in for the previous products and service? In backward integration, any specific that has to be, factors has to be focused in the products and services we develop?
In any backward integration, IP strategy is very important, and you should have a control of the process or a product, because that's where the value addition is, right? Otherwise, anybody can merely copy it, and in our language, in finance, we call it moat, right? And the moat actually is your uniqueness, right? Novelty. And novelty can come from backward or front end, doesn't matter, because what is today your backward will eventually become front end in the future, right? As you continue to grow your business.
You have the
Yeah, hi. My question, thank you for the engaging panel discussion. My question is to Dr. Vishal Gandhi. So very exciting to see a very focused life sciences venture fund, trying to help the sector. In your opinion, do you think that there are some stakeholders or actors missing from the investment scene? I mean, when I look at the scene abroad, I see a lot of healthcare professionals also engaging with the startup ecosystem and investing. So does your Indian healthcare angels look at maybe, bringing in doctors as well, moving them away from traditional investment assets like gold and property to probably things like startups?
Thank you for asking this wonderful question. I think what is really missing in India was the ultimate user. If you look at all the innovation in healthcare which has happened, the main customer for healthcare is B2B, as I said. And who's that? Doctor. Right? 90% of the time you will see doctor will say that these guys are coming to me when the product is developed. Did you really actually care about taking my market validation? And that's exactly what I was saying, that have you done market validation? So if you do not have any clinician and you are developing a product, let's say in vitro diagnostic product, or you're developing a robotic product, and you don't have any clinician perspective, nobody in your advisory team who actually has given that kind of confidence, then you will never be able to see light of the day. And one of the crucial reasons that when we look at, funding companies, we look at the kind of team and the advisory board. And if it is healthcare, and if it's not having any clinician, definitely it's a red flag. But having said that, we have started seeing a lot of doctors actually led innovation now. We've seen that they are saying that we are the ultimate custodians, and why are we missing on this, right? So we have seen enough doctors now who are actually starting an entrepreneurship. We have seen in dental space, we have seen in healthcare services. You think about any good healthcare business which has scaled up, behind that business is actually a doctor, because they know what actually is the pain that you want to solve. And I think if you solve it right, you will scale, you will get enough money, you will do deep tech, you will grow, and you will create wonders. And that's how, it has been success in actually healthcare delivery. Not in healthcare innovation, but healthcare delivery. We have seen a great amount of success, right?
Okay, we will have one more quick question and wind up the session. From there.
First of all, thank you. A very nice session. So my question just add on to that. You said like India have a great academic university talent, but most of that intellectual properties or whatever things unable to connect the market and probably to like end customers and maybe get disrupted. Maybe the professor's ecosystem may not be much aware about the market and distribution model. That is the key part of the business. So my question is like Biorax, where you represent, have any kind of systems or models that can be translated to maybe the more institute so that, many of the startup can get benefit. So any kind of such initiatives happening or any comments on that?
Okay, so I think I wanted to say this line, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I think we have everything in India today. What we don't have is connecting the dots, because we've not been able to graduate from science to management. And at some point of time, you guys, see, science has to dominate till TRL 6. After that, it's management, right? Because at the end of the day, scaling up comes from your management expertise. But then eventually, we keep thinking from, okay, whatever we have done, we'll continue doing that fashion. It just doesn't work. Connecting the dot, taking the feedback from all the ecosystem players, network is very, very important. And if you don't network, you will not be able to mitigate the scaling up challenges. Every startup, every mature company typically is exposed to 30 commercial risk. And most of them, they only see 1 or 2. But there are 28 more which needs to be seen to make it success. And I will not say that this 30 risk framework and mitigation framework is the mantra to success, but it's very crucial to set the DNA for a successful organization which will actually be able to create wonders, not for India alone, but to at least create wonders for 4 billion people, because India and many Indias do appreciate the products, and we have been actually the pharmacy of the world. So when pharma products can actually go and be sold in the entire world, why can't MedTech be doing it, right? Okay. And that's the opportunity that we all are embarked upon. And I am very excited that the Kerala ecosystem, is really great ecosystem for MedTech development. And I think the MedTech has a challenge to reverse this import substitution. So I think Kerala definitely should take a lead, and the kind of ecosystem that exists within the Kerala Life Sciences, what I have seen, that you have an incubator, you have a park, you have regulatory agencies, you have preclinical testing, you have pretty much everything. And I think what you guys need to do is to connect, to see that how ideas can be translated in an opportunity manner, right? In a faster manner. And I think that is what is really there. It's just about many more networking events. And let people really collaborate, because partnerships is the only thing a startup should look for, right? When a company like Sanofi needs to partner with startups.
Yeah, Dr. Vishal, we are running short of time.
Absolutely. So, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. So, it was a very interesting and engaging session. Thank you, Vishal, for a very detailed perspective on your experiences. Thank you, Dr. Ampari. I would like to sum up with what Vishal has told. Event like such is like connecting the dots that will accelerate the translation from science to business. Thank you, Dr. Ampari. Thank you, Dr. Vishal.
Thank you so much, Dr. Praveen KS and our panelists for that engaging and enlightening discussion. I now request Mr. C. Padmakumar, Special Officer at KMTC, to hand over the memento to the moderator and the panelists. I invite Dr. Praveen KS. Dr. Vishal Gandhi. Dr. Ambadi K. And Dr. Praveen K.S.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up is an exciting panel discussion on the evolving startup ecosystem in life sciences, global perspective. Kerala's vibrant ecosystem is nurturing breakthrough startups that are poised to transform healthcare, biotechnology, and beyond. This session will be moderated by Shri R. Harikrishnan, IRTS Executive Director of KSIDC. Our distinguished panelists include Shri Sai Shyam, CEO, IIT Palakkad; Shri Arie Steenhoven, former Vice President of DSM, Netherlands; Professor Ron Geyer, Professor at the University of Saskatchewan, Canada; Shri Petula Thomas, Southern Cross University, Australia; Shri Derek Lesner, Head of Business Development, Invent Diagnostica, Germany. Please join us in welcoming our moderator and eminent panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, respected panelists. So we have a great mix of people here. Like if you look at the profile of them, you can see that they encompass whatever this conference stands for. We have people from academia, we have people from industry, we have professor among us. So all the concerned sections are represented here, and as the name of the session suggested, we are looking at the global perspective of things. So I'll start off with Sai Shyam. I'll come to you next. Second, I'll come to you. So I'll just start off with Arie Steenhoven. So if you can tell us about the kind of research that is going into health, nutrition, and other materials in Netherlands, and from your experience, how things are happening in other countries, and if you can throw a bit of light on how it is different from India.
If I understand well, you ask how the research in Netherlands compares to that in India.
Yeah.
Well, it's a long time ago I did research in the Netherlands. It's close to 50 years ago. And but I can compare with maybe to some extent with the research in China. I think the most important thing in research that where there is a difference is in communication. Chinese are, like Japanese, are extremely good in communication. I think much better than we are in Europe. They don't hold secrets for each other. Whatever they develop, they have good friends and they share. I don't think to the same extent in India. Maybe one reason is that Chinese are judged by different ways than just getting patents or having publications. They're actually more judged by the number of publications that is referred in Western research. So just publications that do not show references are of no value. So they know that, and so they exchange very much their views with friends to make their research of a higher value.
So we'll just hear out from Professor Ronald Klenus-Gehr as well. So how can you answer the same question? How it is in Canada and how it has been your experience? We just want to contrast it and then we'll listen to Saisha.
So just to understand the question, you want me to compare research in Canada
Yeah,
versus...
research development, how the approach to things are.
Okay. Well, I'll start by thanking everybody, and it's been an awesome conference for really understanding the potential here in Kerala. And, you know, at the basic fundamental research, there's not a huge difference, right? If you're talking about academic research, the basic science, it's pretty much the same across the board. We're all battling for a limited amount of resources to do the projects we want to do. Now, if it's commercialization or focusing on startup type research, I would suggest that it's similar in both places. There's not a lot of money currently available to translate your ideas from the bench to the bedside. So one has to think about that a lot when you're in your basic discovery stage, because if you're going to enter a commercialization type of research, you need to understand the IP that you're going to generate. You need to understand whether there's freedom to operate in the area you're researching. And as the previous panel said, you need to understand the market, because there's no sense playing in the commercialization arena if you don't have IP, because no one will invest in you. There's no sense playing in the game if there's no way competition is going to succeed. You're ever any chance of succeeding, so your freedom to operate. And if the market's saturated, and unless you have something that's going to supersede the product on the market, there's no chance that anyone will invest in it. So having said that, I guess in some respects, we've been talking, this overlaps with the previous panel quite a bit, right? So the lack of education for professors on what's necessary to bring the product from bench to bedside. So all of that, as far as I had to deal with, had to be self-taught, from experiencing projects that failed to projects that succeeded, to getting them into the clinic, to learning how to write up a IND, to understand what experiments are necessary to get an IND approved, and the cost of it. Where am I going to get the funding for that? Can I do it on a shoestring long enough? Because most of us, when we have a product or discovery, we don't want to bring venture capital in so early that we lose our shirt and now we have no vested interest in the product. So we have to figure out a way to de-risk that product, so when we do bring in capital at some point where it makes sense, that it's de-risked enough that we still will have some ownership of it, so we have some interest to push it forward, right? So all of that I see in India, because I've been coming here for the last couple of years and starting up companies here based on academic research and interest. So we all suffer the same problems as being mentioned here. The ecosystem needs to be developed. The education that's required for commercialization needs to be established. And I can see Kerala's doing a good job at getting some of these processes lined up and will likely succeed as long as the business part of it is thought out well, as long as the market's there and the financial part's well thought out, when to take capital investments, how for bio products that have to go into humans, which I work in, understanding the regulatory, making sure you succeed, because it's a lot of money to get to that point, and you want to set yourself up for success.
Thank you. Ms. Petula Thomas, so you have seen both how things are working in India and in Australia. So how is it different in Australia, like with respect to commercialization that he was telling? What additional support systems are there which we should be looking at?
Thanks very much. And also, I think, thank you for the invitation from BioConnect to be here and to have the opportunity to engage with, you know, I think, representatives from all sections. With regards to Australia, I think that's a really good point. As was discussed in the previous panel, you know, you can have the best ideas, but if you don't have the resources, the capital, it's going to fail, or even the support. What Australia does really well, and when you ask me to compare, I have to start off by saying that Australia is a small country. The population of Australia is about 28 million, which is less than the population of Kerala, which is about 35. So just to put that in perspective, right, and the support that's available to companies there. So there is plenty of support funding, which Australia offers both at the federal level as well as the state level. And then there are even systems in place like universities like Southern Cross University, which I'm representing today, also does have incubation hubs like SEGCO hosted in the university itself. But talking about federal government funding, so Australia has very strong process systems for that. We've got the Market Research Future Fund, which is a large fund and helps startups throughout all the stages. You've also got the Biomedical Translational Fund, which again is there to support startups. It's got about 500 million Australian dollars funding that's available. We've got Cicada, which is a New South Wales-based incubator that supports, again, all the processes. So in terms of, I think, the entire ecosystem, it's there to support companies. It's also there to support Australian companies who are looking at the India market. So for example, Austrade, that's the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. They have a specific India program. It's for those companies that are India curious as well as those who are India ready. So it kind of takes you all across the there's a spectrum of Australian companies who are looking at India. So that particular, again, it's the ICEF program, which is India specific. So there is currently, support mechanisms for startups and companies looking to scale up in India. But of course, I think there's always more that can be done, and not everyone gets the funding, right? There'll be a certain percentage of them that will be successful in different levels of funding.
Thank you. Mr. Derek Lesnar, as Head of Business Development, how do you see the scope of pharma companies, medtech sectors in India? Like, from the perspective of your company, how do you see India as a market for this? Yeah.
Hello? Yeah. Okay, thank you for this question. Yeah, this, first of all, I would like also to thank the organizers here for the invitation, and I want special thanks to the KMTC, Dr. Padma Kumar, Dr. Rajev, because we are really thinking to found a company here. So we have registered here, but we not start to work. So, and we are intensively thinking about the Indian market here. And as you know, we are one of the leading provider of the diagnostic industry by human biospecimen. And now comes the really story. Dr. Gandhi said before, you have everything here, but you need maybe some technology, maybe some restructuring, whatever it is. So the chance for us, we are one of the leading company in the European Union, to come here is very good. I think we can copy our business model to India with different regulations, maybe less, maybe more. And we can do the same business here with a double-sized market. And that is something which is really interesting for us. So when you work in Europe, you have many competitors. Here we have the chance to start maybe in Kerala, because it's a nice place to start. And then entering the high market. But of course, you have a unique market. This is also an advantage, because you're one big country, bigger, 2 times bigger than the whole union, but you have only one law condition. That is good. Then if you can manage it, then you have the free market of 1 billion people. And I think the only difference, maybe the pricing is lower for both, maybe for the production cost, for the staff costs, but also for reimbursement. So we are working on diagnostics, and you have the problem all the time, you have to certify your kids in the European Union, maybe that we can save this cost. But you have also get a reimbursement for your tests. Also you need doctors or the laboratory medicines who use it, and you have all the reimbursement. This may be something we have to see, because I think the reimbursement in the Indian market is lower, but you have much more people, and maybe the costs for the production here. That's, I'm thinking, for all the companies in the world, it's better to come here to produce it here and maybe sell it for lower than to export it from outside to India, because then the costs are higher outside of India. I'm thinking about US and European Union.
Thank you. Now to Sri Saisha. So that aspect of commercialization that Aries Steve Owen and Mr. Gayer was mentioning, and Ms. Petula Thomas also raising that. So how do you address it for the startups? You're running one of the biggest startup ecosystems in Kerala, in IIT Palakkad, one of the most renowned ones. So how do you address that particular concern when a startup is looking for funding and other aspects? Commercialization, how to move a startup from that startup stage into scaling up and to reach the market?
Thank you, first of all, for having me here representing IIT Palakkad. IIT Palakkad, when we say it's an ecosystem where there's IIT Palakkad's technology hub, and its incubator called TechIn. So it's a 10-year-old institution, but interestingly, the brand IIT always comes with those key ingredients to support technology development, translation, etc. So just, I'll take 2 steps back. Maybe I can start maybe 10 years back when I had my postdoc stint at Lund University. That's where I kind of started to see, in Sweden, started to really see how technology goes out of lab in a translational mode, how spin-offs happen. Just across the boundary, you have a science park where a professor would have his startups incubated. In the morning, he's a teacher. In the afternoon, he's a founder. So, the co-creation or clustering. So these things further my engagement with BIRAC for 6 years. How programs needs to be created for a startup for strategically funding them throughout the product development pipeline. So that was my second exposure. This is my third, assignment, that probably I'll say major one with IIT Palakkad. So in our ecosystem, what we do with our startups is definitely we have created funding opportunities for the startups through structured programs. Life science, of course, when we say life science, we have not really started to work with molecules. We are funding all the peripheries, like including medical devices, robotics, assistive tech, and key, critical components and test facilities for medical devices. We recently have moved also into food tech. We are interested to move into materials research soon. So creating this ecosystem, what we have found, we have created a series of programs along with the know-how network needed for kind of supporting a startup venture. So when someone comes to us with an idea, we have an in-house team who can probably validate that idea and even work with them to kind of reach a customer-ready prototype stage. They can go out with that, especially in engineering products. And beyond that, we parallelly run a track to teach them entrepreneurship. We run an entrepreneurship development course for these entrepreneurs, through which they, like the previous speaker, Mr. Vishal Gandhi was saying, they readily go and meet 30 to 40 customers while the product is cooking. And that will help them actually, understand all the feedback, what the market is looking at. So it becomes easy for them to do a product market fit. And beyond that is definitely, it's like Mr. Gandhi was saying, once you reach a TRL 5-6 stage, it's product agnostic. It's from there, it's business. It's not your product, but your business model that is going to go to the market. So you're going to learn business. You're going to kind of maybe identify a founder who is better than you. You being a technical person or technology person, take a step back, rather focus on your next product. I mean, this is what we are trying to coach entrepreneurs. One thing I would like to say is the entrepreneurial mindset needs to come with a little bit of agility. If there are any entrepreneurs in the audience, young entrepreneurs especially, you can jump into it, but it needs a bit of agility which comes with the humility. You just need to have that, the unknown is more than what you know. So having that mindset, that DNA is very crucial for even for the facilitators. Whatever ecosystem that you create, it's finally the mindset, the person who is taking it forward, who is responsible for kind of the success of the product. So, and that's something which I thought needs to get inculcated. Right from even faculties, scientists, or whoever is jumping into this. For translational, you need to have a little bit open and agile mindset, which will definitely help us in support. Yeah.
Just to add on to that, how should we approach that inculcation of that mindset? I think this was a topic in the previous panel also, that it was mentioned that pedagogy, entrepreneurial pedagogy should be there. So at what stage should it start? I think a lot of young people are here, so.
Yeah, I do not have an answer for that, but I think that's a interesting question to kind of ponder upon. But one bit of it is, it's also a number game when it comes to why we don't have so many entrepreneurs or so many liking entrepreneurship. Take the case of IIT Madras. You see 365 patents filed. It's like one patent per day. Kind of patent is what is getting filed from IIT Madras. That's because there are 700 plus faculties, professors working in that institution. So it kind of depends on that. When you have that kind of number, you will have a subset which is seriously interested in translation. They would probably want to guide students or guide entrepreneurs, bring engineers into team. Similarly, we need to bring more people who are passionate about whatever we are kind of trying to talk about, like what we are trying to kind of promote. That passionate set of people should get associated. And that's the only way. It's all in the mind is what I would say. So right from school, college, like in the previous panel, cannot be taught, but there'll be a subset whom you can catch. And then if you see that DNA, I think we should kindle it and make sure that that doesn't get extinguished very early.
Next question again to Mr. Harry Stephen Hoven. So what are the challenges other than commercialization that a startup should be looking out for? Generally in the journey of a startup's lifespan, said that the biggest challenge is the commercialization, finding the funding for the reaching out to the market. So what are the challenges does startup face, and how the people here should be looking to address that? Okay, okay, yeah. Can we hear something on the research that you're doing on the front of Alzheimer's disease?
Okay, so as far as I'll give you the startup version of the Alzheimer's disease because it's another interesting area. It's a very competitive area. Again, so if you're going to enter into Alzheimer's disease therapeutics, you better have something different than big pharma. In other words, they've been focusing on primarily antibodies that dissolve amyloid plaques. So probably best not to go into that area and find a new avenue to approach it. So we had decided to do that, and I had worked with another group out of Cuba, and we developed a molecule that's a derivative of erythropoietin, which is a growth factor that's released by the kidneys, and normally in your body it makes red blood cells. But it also has neuroprotective effects in the brain, neurogenesis. It has creates vasculature in the brain, also dissolves plaques by mechanisms which I do not understand, but it has a multifactorial mode of action. But in order to commercialize that, we have to decide how we're going to use it. So if you infuse EPO, the EPO derivative we have into patients, generally they'll get too many red blood cells. They'll have a stroke or another event like that, and that's obviously an adverse event that's unacceptable. So you have to solve these problems, even though it looks like it's not going to work, so there's not that much competition. If you think about it for a while, maybe you can solve those types of problems and create a novel or niche area that you can work in. So what we decided to do is make a form of a derivative of EPO that had a shorter half-life. So when you infuse it, it doesn't cause too much red blood cell production, and thus we don't have to worry about strokes or infarctions and things like that. But the problem is it doesn't get to the brain very well when you infuse it. So you have to infuse a lot of it to get it to the brain. So we had to come up with another solution. How do we get it to the brain? So we decided, well, let's deliver the drug to the brain via your nose, a nose-to-brain drug delivery strategy. So we had to develop a strategy and a device to deliver the drug to your brain. So solving these problems over and over creates sort of a niche market for you to work in. And now when you go and you have IP for that, and you go solve your efficacy in animals and do your preclinical studies in terms of bio-D, PK, and other things, we're ready to approach. In this case, I was able to convince the government to fund the trials, which is good for us because we retain the equity in the molecule. But you can also go to venture capital at these stages, and we're able to move the molecule forward essentially on what I call a shoestring or a limited budget. We're able to move a molecule forward in Canada to a phase 2 trial. So we're starting that trial in February, but now we'll be able to present to venture capitals data for the final or the pivotal phase 3 study. But you can see it's not just starting from an idea, it's an idea where you overcome obstacles, you create IP, you develop an ecosystem around the molecule that allows you to do the commercialization.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Petula Thomas, you have worked extensively at the intersection of research, education, and entrepreneurship. So how can universities play a stronger role in nurturing life sciences startups?
Thanks. I think that's a really good question. I think as we've been hearing for the last 2 days, I think universities as well need to move more from, it's not just a place for education, for research, but it's also that which, new ideas come from, startups are created from there. So just thinking around it, and also with researchers, I think very important for the universities to encourage researchers right from early on to think that what they're doing, how that could maybe one day become a medicine or, a device or a diagnostic tool. So one is, I think, the thinking around that and what universities do is really important. There's also, when I was talking about, infrastructure, shared labs, So with Southern Cross University, we have that. In fact, the Gold Coast Innovation Hub has now moved to co-locate with the university. So, that means that students, faculty, everyone has that experience in how to pitch, how to innovate. We're talking about that. So right from the start, they have that access to that. I think the other one is also universities to kind of form a network for local strengths where they are. So again, I'll give the example of our university is in the Northern River region, and now Southern Cross University has strengths in naturopathic medicine. So we've got a center, a national center for naturopathic medicine, which is world-class, which has international trial units that are available, clinical trial units that are there. And also we run every year a forum for natural products. It's National Products Future Forum. In fact, it's happening this month on 25th and 26th, which would bring in people all across, focused on natural products. So again, universities can play that role. And I think importantly, and lastly, also to be a kind of a conduit, a platform that connects startups with funding. And for that, I'll give you an example of what Southern Cross has done. So it supported Cassaville, which is a company that's looking at hemp genetics, so hemp because of the functional foods, it being a functional food. And it's tied up with the company, supported them to get government funding, a grant from ARC, that is the Australia Research Council. So that's about $500,000. But, it's played that role in terms of connecting on with the company, with the government to access that funding, and together it's that partnership. So I think there's a lot more that universities are doing, obviously, and can do to support the ecosystem.
Thank you. Mr. Derek, so what should the startups or the new companies be looking out for in terms of technology transfer and IP management? Yeah.
From my point of view, we are also, for example, in my case, we are also a member of the Diagnostiknet Berlin-Brandenburg, which is the biggest network in Germany for small and middle-sized company dealing with diagnostics. So I would say we are one of the partners you can connect, but in Germany, we have a very good system. You have in any federal country, you have a special agency which is looking for new companies to support them, to find them founding opportunities. And I would say this is the first primary point. I know it's very good from Berlin. They are very efficient. And it's also the neighboring state. We are in the neighboring state in Brandenburg. They're also dealing with. There are some differences, okay? But in general, you have a good landscape where you can first contact points. They give you an intensive training which possibilities of granting is available, and I would say we have a good option in Germany for startups and also for the second stage. As I understood here a little bit, no critics, but here the focus is more on the second step. When you are good in the startup, when you survived, then they help you very good. They give you land or whatever. This is great, but this is the second step, and I think maybe this is something Kerala has to take. We are not everybody is good. So, the venture capitalists, they say we have 20 projects and they are sure 19 will die and 1 will survive. And you have bring this seed capital, maybe because India is maybe a little bit cheaper. You don't need so much as in Germany. When we're talking about medicine products, it's crazy. If you're thinking about diagnostics, we are always talking about 100,000, 200,000 euro for start founding and later more. But maybe this is cheaper, but you have to spread starting capital to find the startups a way to think about commercialization of the ideas. And then, okay, maybe you make it a little bit higher, but then in the second phase, you can expect a lot of you. That would be nice. But we have also to differentiate. I'm a biochemist. I'm working 13 years for medicine, and the medicine is better supported in any way by research, by university. They have always money. Everybody is afraid to be ill. If I did my career in biochemistry, I think I had much more problems to get a funding and also to get an interesting product afterward. I worked always, you can say, on biomarker research. I worked in diagnostics, try to find new biomarkers and immediately apply them for diagnostics so you can immediately earn money. If you do it for an enzyme or whatever in biochemistry, it's very hard to get a blockbuster or something like this and to get the money back. So give more money for the startups in any ideas. And the second phase maybe is good developed here. I heard a lot of nice things in Kerala, but also to help 100 companies and 20 winners you will have.
I'll just continue with the same thing to Sai Sharan, that more support for the second stage companies and not for the first. So what unique programs or support systems do you have?
No, great point. Thank you for bringing that up. See, that's where the support system, when I think eventually we are going to have choice. We can of course support the low-hanging ones in the beginning. We would really want to have the blockbusters and the IP-driven ones to rule eventually. So we shouldn't be filling up the existing space with the early movers. Rather, I think we should kind of, in morning or yesterday morning, I think Tim was speaking about it, the software part of it. So I think that's where I think the focus should go more. Should ensure that there is ample funding goes for the early stage, the ideas. Even I would go one step. I think we should be going for a pull strategy. There are fantastic ideas sitting in RGCBs, NISTs, and all other places around. Yesterday when I heard a lot with translational potential, but academicians probably do not know the value of, or maybe do not want to risk, or do not want to stretch themselves to kind of take up. Maybe creating a technology innovation hub, that's basically what we are trying to do. Having an allied technology innovation hub where you could have a set of people who can productize it. Rajiv Gandhi has that kind of a setup in Akulamis, I know. So that's that early productization and then moving into a startup. That process, and we should give time for all these things. It's not easy, because as we all know, life science is a science of exceptions. Unpredictable things can happen. You cannot do very robust kind of testing in the beginning, or we may have to do a very robust kind of testing to kind of make sure that it's finally going to be very robust as a product. So yeah, completely agree with that point that we should focus on that classic ones which are going to be IP driven, and very happy that medical rubber, natural rubber is something that focus is going on. Congratulations on that. It's a fantastic initiative, a niche one that we have identified. So similarly, probably few other strengths in the state, maybe attract students, can have grand challenges for students who would actually pick up students of even faculties. Let's consolidate the problem statements, which actually not just problem statements from the state for the globe, which if we can have programs around that. These are the ways I think we can keep the pipeline, completely, the early stage pipeline. I think we should have programs there. Yeah. So that's my take on that.
Again, to the previous question, like what other aspects should the startups be watching out for, other than what are the challenges could they possibly see other than the commercialization aspect, the funding aspect of commercialization?
My left neighbor talked about Alzheimer, which is a product I'm somewhat familiar with. Number one, it's probably at the moment the most needed drug there is. So when you have a product, it will be a huge blockbuster. There was a product that came out 2 years ago that removed all the plaque in the brain. And it turned out that it didn't help Alzheimer even a little bit. So the idea, this is what I have to reach, this target I have to reach, then I'm there, turned out to be not working, and that was probably the worst. It's the worst failure if you go that far and it doesn't work. as you said, from ID to product, at the most is 5%, but from pilot plant to market is much higher, maybe 50, 60% success rate. And in China, in India, at the moment, most of the products are based on import replacement. So you have no risk. The market is there, as long as you can get the cost right. So that lowers the risk by, from maybe 20% failure, 80% failure, to 20% chance of failure, 10%. And at this stage, therefore, the industry certainly needs government support, because it is extremely important that India can take care of many of its pharmaceuticals itself, its health. We see that relying on other countries, even in the COVID time, when suddenly vaccinations were only available in the country where the vaccination was made, that has big risks. And the cost in India is much lower, so I believe that government support can only help this industry. Where you still may need support is from going from pilot plant to a full-scale product, because companies that already make these products have had all the problems, they know by now how to do it, and that is very difficult if your experience is not so great yet. And therefore I understand it in Hyderabad and in Bangalore, the development zones also have pilot plants, and maybe that is something for Kerala to also look at.
Thank you. Now we'll take some questions from the audience if the panelists are okay with that. Floor is open. Any questions?
This is to the Canadian gear. Yes. Sir, what about the Alzheimer's? You mentioned about the Alzheimer's disease, venture capital funding there in Canada. Could you please elaborate on it? And what are the drug delivery strategies you are going to follow? Have you developed an algorithm like AlphaFold which unfolded the protein fold? So any such algorithms to unfold the protein structure of brain developed by you in Canada on the lines of AlphaFold, which deciphers out the protein folding.
All right, so you're asking about the drug delivery strategy for Alzheimer's drug?
Yes, that also.
Okay, so as I mentioned, we had to develop a strategy to eliminate systemic delivery of it. So we chose the nose to brain because that reduces the vascular administration of the drug. So how it works is you have a device with a cannula-like protrusion on it that goes into your nose, not quite as far as a COVID swab, so it's not that uncomfortable. And it delivers a bolus of drug, not a spray of drug, a bolus of drug to the olfactory cleft, which is in the back of your nasal cavity. There, it can get into the brain via a number of hypothesized mechanisms. So by the trigeminal nerve or through intracellular gaps, none of them which have been proven very well. But we do a lot of imaging, so we've shown that the actual drug, at least in rats and smaller animals, gets to the brain when you administer it that way. And it required a collaboration with the device company. So for good or bad, it brings in new IP to your project, which makes it more investable. But it requires that you have another partnership, that you have to work out relationships and, you know, ownership. And now it's a co-product. It's not a single drug, but it's a drug and a delivery device.
Any plague ferreting out algorithm you developed there? Brain plague ferreting out or deciphering out algorithm?
There's no algorithms, just because it's very difficult to accurately measure the concentration. It's very low concentration in the brain. So we can see it with radioactive measurements like positron emission tomography or fluorescence if we actually sacrifice the animal. But no, we don't have any, all I can say is we have efficacy which rules over anything. So
You positron emission tomography with AI.
So maybe we can have this one-on-one after the thing. Any other questions? Please.
That when we develop a global system, if that WIPO, when we develop a global system, healthcare system, that is, if the WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, invest on that project, whether that other universities around the world, whether they are willing to reinforce that investment?
So you're asking WIPO investments in
Yes,
patents,
yes,
right?
Yes, yes.
And then universities doing what?
Whether universities also interested to collaborate on that?
Okay. So, okay. A good.
WIPO, no, if WIPO invests, whether the universities will also come in with investment.
Right. I do not have an exact answer. If anyone has an answer. So currently there are patent funding systems from the universities. Also from the government grant system, there is enough coming for a startup or an individual to kind of file an IP. So I don't know whether it's actually matching with IPO. That point I'm not very sure. Do any of you have any? Okay.
Because UN, there's some movies going on that.
Okay.
Well, I know that in most European countries there is no government support until you have a patent. Only after you have a patent they may consider. And I do not know of any case, although I'm not an expert, but I do not know of any case where there was government support before there was a patent.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Naznisha Nazar. I'm second year student, biomedical engineering student from TKM Institute. So my question is, what lessons can emerging ecosystems like India can learn from mature hubs like Boston, Cambridge, or Singapore?
You can call what India can learn from Boston, Singapore, or Cambridge. What India can learn from Cambridge, Boston, Stanford.
Or maybe I try to answer, but I'm not an expert. So maybe the American culture is a little bit difficult. I think many topics that we discussed here, also for support of startups, I know only the experience in Germany, I would say the Americans are more open for risky investments. And what we in any way can learn from Boston and from Stanford, and I think also from Oxford, they have, I think the Oxford grant, the Oxford Patent Office, however it calls, has a budget of $2 billion euro, or in this case, whatever it is, pounds. So, but this is a lot. If I'm thinking on the Charité Hospital, which is the largest hospital in Europe, I would never negotiate with the patent office of Charité. This is air blocking. But I think the Oxford University patent office is really a cash machine. Yeah, they're really exploring the patents, not only keeping them, and brings them to the market, and the really good ideas. On the other side, I would say from my experience from a small and middle-sized company, the patents application are very expensive. So I don't know what you are doing here. If you really can help your startups to bring even the first application to the market, the PCT, for example, for the worldwide patent, the second phase, maybe you don't need it, only to protect your own idea against others, then it would be a great beneficial for the Kerala companies. So we get a founding in a project for the first step. It costs 10,000 euro in Europe. So, but we never did the second phase, because then you go in the national phase, it costs 50,000 or an endless amount, and that can nobody in the small company can do it. We did it only to protect our idea, that nobody can come and say, this is my idea. And they said, no, here's my patent. I never get money from it, but I was protected.
I'll just add a little bit on, and I'll answer from an Australia perspective, and what I've seen in terms of, where it could be. I think the difference is there are sometimes smarter, more well-connected ecosystems which help you throughout at different stages. So that's something which exists. And I think now with Kerala having the bio life sciences park, right, it would create those facilities for shared labs, for incubators, which was a missing piece, I would think, maybe here, which is generally what I've seen in Australia exists, right from the stage where it's an idea, through all the stages there, the incubators, commercialization. There's a very clear market, pathway to market, which is there and well supported by all players. So I think just bringing that together. And the numbers are lower, but I think all the support mechanisms are there to support any of those startups. I think here we do really well in India with, I think just if I were to compare the number of startups in life sciences in Australia is just about 1,000 odd, but they're very well supported right throughout. So here we've got the scale, and I think it's important to build in all those mechanisms which are happening.
Yeah, I'll just make a quick comment to the person who asked the question. Is being a Canadian, being the next door neighbor to the groups that you just said about, is not to be afraid to compete with them and actually figure out where your niche is and your strengths, where they have to compete with you because you have an advantage over them. So Kerala has a number of those areas that you could think of. I mean, since I've been here, there's a number of them that we're working with. For example, the competitive costs of production of biologics is an area that we're very interested in. The cost of the labor and the infrastructure to make it makes it competitive. You have a market to make these advanced biologics and perhaps sell them to, like global middle-class economies that maybe they're not interested. There's a number of areas like that you could think about in terms of, unmet challenges or neglected diseases that you have an advantage just because of the number and the propensity of that in India, and areas like clinical trials for diseases that are neglected by Western pharma. All of those areas, you have the competitive advantage over these groups, and you should take advantage of it.
Thank you. With that, we come to the end of our panel discussion. Thank you very much, all the esteemed panel members. Over to you.
Thank you to Sri Harikrishnan and all our panelists for their engaging and insightful discussion. I invite Sri Harikrishnan to hand over the memento to the panelists, inviting Sri Sai Sham, CEO, IIT Palakkad. Sri Arie Steenhoven, former Vice President of DSM, Netherlands. Professor Ron Geyer, Professor at University of Saskatchewan, Canada. Sri Petula Thomas, Southern Cross University, Australia. Sri Derek Lassner, Head of Business Development, Invent Diagnostica, Germany. Now I invite Sri C. Padmakumar to hand over the memento to Sri R. Harikrishnan, IRTS Executive Director, KSIDC.
Seeing each other next year around the same time so that it becomes an annual event and we continue to take forward the progress. Thank you all, and I would like to welcome our CGM of the SBI, our main sponsor, onto the stage. We'd just like to felicitate you and to request you to address the gathering.
Distinguished guests, respected dignitaries from the biotech sector, entrepreneurs, innovators, representatives from academia and industry, and the Executive Director, KSID Sri Hari Krishnan, and all my colleagues here. It gives me great pleasure to be here today at this BioConnect 3 Conclave, an august event that truly embodies the spirit of collaboration between life sciences, innovation, and finance, the three pillars that will shape the future of this nation. At the outset, let me congratulate the organizers for bringing together such an inspiring congregation of minds from the world of biotech and the life sciences. This sector is not just about the scientific discovery. It has emerged as a sector that can create sustainable growth, solutions, and propel the growth trajectory of this country to a new altitude. India today stands at the cusp of a biotechnology revolution, with a bioeconomy expected to be valued around $300 billion by 2030. This sector is the cornerstone of India's innovation-led growth going forward as well. Whether it is healthcare, agriculture, biofuels, or industrial biotechnology, Indian enterprises are setting global benchmarks today in terms of cost efficiencies, scale, and also sustainability as well. MSMEs, as you all know, are the critical components driving the GDP of this country, with almost 30% contribution to the India's GDP and almost around 11 lakh crore jobs created by the sector. It is going to play a very, very critical and sustainable role in the future as well for this GDP growth of this country. Country's vision, that is Viksit Bharat 2047, has also put this MSME at the center stage in its strategy plan as well. At SBI, we take great pride to be an enabler for this transformation journey of this country and the sector. SBI always believes that finance is the bridge between the vision and the reality. If you have a vision, we are there to support you to ensure that it is a reality for you all. In fact, in State Bank today, I am proudly telling you that we have got around 23 lakh crore MSME customers with almost a portfolio exceeding 5 lakh crore Indian rupees. In the state of Kerala itself, we have got almost 23,000 crores exposure, that is portfolio, in the form of various loans and advances given to the MSME sector. And we have been continuously growing and adapting ourselves to ensure that the emerging needs of the MSME sector are effectively met. And we are also deploying digital in a big way to ensure that the credit dispensation and credit administration happens quite seamlessly. We have been actively supporting even the startups and MSMEs across the innovation ecosystem through dedicated startup branches at various identified cities. In fact, in this state, we have got around 43 dedicated branches to support exclusively for the MSME sector. We recognize the biotechnology enterprises need patient capital, knowledge-based evaluation, and a long-term partnership approach. That is why the traditional balance sheet approach will not be fitting into this. This is the reason State Bank started innovating itself to identify the ways of a different kind of dispensation to meet the requirements of this emerging ecosystem as well. The future of the bioeconomy is sustainable, inclusive, and green. Whether it is agriculture through biofertilizers, every step, or genomics, every step forward in this field contributes directly to the India's journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047. SBI stands committed to this journey, financing sustainable projects, supporting green innovation, and even enabling transitions to a low-carbon economy as well. I'm very happy to see that this BioConnect Conclave is conceived as a meeting platform for these innovators and entrepreneurs with a mission to transform India's potential to global leadership. We have plans to open a new dedicated branch at this Life Sciences Park. We have already identified the space. They were kind enough to allot some space to us to support the ecosystem therein. Let us continue to collaborate, co-create and connect, because the future belongs to those who can bridge science with society and innovation with much impact. On behalf of State Bank of India, I can assure you that we are committed to provide the required sustenance and support to the emerging needs of the MSME sector. Together, let us build a very healthier, greener, and more prosperous future for the next generations to come. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now invite Dr. Praveen KS, CEO, Kerala Life Sciences Industries Park to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening all. Before starting my vote of thanks, I would like to show you the quick recap what has happened the last 2 days. Can you just play the video? It's all about what is BioConnect 3.0, what we have done so far, and what we are aspiring for. Okay, we will get back to that video soon. It's indeed a great honor and privilege to stand before you at the valedictory session of BioConnect 3.0, a conclave that once again demonstrated Kerala's strength and potential in life sciences, biotechnology, and bio-based industries. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed an inspiring exchange of ideas, new partnerships, and a shared vision for a sustainable future. BioConnect 3.0 has evolved into more than an event. It has become a mission to position Kerala at the forefront of India's bioeconomy revolution. Organizing a conclave of this magnitude is not a simple task. It requires dedication, teamwork, and a strong leadership support from many quarters. On behalf of Kerala Life Sciences Industries Park, I express my heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Minister for Industries, Sri P. Rajiv, for his visionary guidance and unwavering support. At the outset, I must also expend my very sincere special thanks to Sri APM Muhammad Hanish IAS, Principal Secretary Industries, Government of Kerala, whose proactive leadership, administrative acumen, and constant encouragement have been instrumental to every stage of this event. Sir, your foresight in integrating innovation, sustainability, and industrial growth has redefined Kerala's development path. Your encouragement and personal involvement have given us the confidence to dream bigger, to think of Kerala not just as a state of industries, but as a state of innovation. I extend my deep gratitude to Sri C. Balagopal, Chairman KSADC, whose journey from civil service to pioneering bio-entrepreneur is an inspiration in itself. Sir, your rich experience, your ability to bridge governance and enterprises, and your constant mentorship have been invaluable to us. Your vision has helped in shaping CLIP strategies and has guided Kerala's bio-industrial growth in profound ways. I also express my sincere thanks to Managing Director KSADC Sri Vishnuraj IAS and the Executive Director Sri Harikrishnan R IRTS. I also express my sincere thanks to our CLIP Board Directors Sri C. Padmakumar, Dr. Ramchand CN, Sri Santosh Koshi, Managing Director KINFRA. CLIP expresses sincere thanks to CGM SBI Sri Bangaraju for highlighting the vital role of financial institutions in supporting startups and knowledge-based industries. Sir, we look forward to have a very fruitful association with SBI in the coming years. For the last 2 years, SBI is very supportive in nurturing the ecosystem at the Bio360 Life Science Park, and this is the second consecutive year SBI is our major sponsor for the successful conduct of this event. Thank you so much, SBI. Thank you so much, sir. The confidence and encouragement from the banking sector has strengthened the Kerala's innovation ecosystem, particularly SBI. I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to our parent organization, KSADC, and the entire KSADC team in supporting this event successfully. I would like to extend my support to Anu Pampike and Kerala Startup Mission team, who has worked tirelessly behind the scene to make this event a grand success. Also, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the team at Kerala Medical Technology Consortium, who was very helpful, very supportive in organizing the parallel medical rubber session, which we have successfully concluded on the second day of the BioConnect 3.0. All their collective spirit, meticulous planning, and sense of purposes are what brought BioConnect 3.0 to life. We are also deeply grateful to our sponsors. As I mentioned earlier, SBI, our main and chief sponsor, Kerala Medical Technology Consortium, Kerala Rubber Limited, Samsung, Hair Biomedicals, Hospex, and the regional passport offices, who are all supported through various funding opportunities for the general support, which made it possible to host this event at the scale and the quality we envisioned. I also extend my warm thanks to our exhibitors, delegates. Your presence, your networking, your displays, your active engagement have enriched every session and every interaction. To all the startups, innovators, researchers, and members of the scientific and industrial fraternity, thank you for your sharing your experience, coming over here, exchanging ideas, and participating with full energy and vibe, and have given this conclave very true meaning what we had envisioned for. A special word of appreciation goes to my own team, the CLIP team, to every single member of our CLIP family. Your sincerity, your passion, your professionalism, and the perseverance in overcoming the challenges have been the true backbone of BioConnect 3.0. From conceptualizing the sessions and coordinating with partners, the managing logistics, exhibitors, and delegates, you have handled it all with precision and grace. Your tireless efforts over the past 1 month have ensured that every detail of this conclave has been covered and reflects Kerala's spirit for excellence and innovation. I extend my special thanks to Ms. Arti Nair, Hanna Boban, Gauri TS for comparing the hectic schedule even beautifully. I also extend my sincere thanks to our volunteer team, our young students from KIDS and AJ College. I also express my sincere thanks to our event management team. Within a short stipulated time, they had executed the program very well. I extend my sincere thanks to our media team, Leela Kovalam team, and the drivers who are working along with for the last 1 week tirelessly in executing and meeting deadlines. As we close this chapter, let us remember that this is not an ending but a new beginning, one that will lead us toward a greener, more innovative and globally connected Kerala. With the guidance of our Honorable Minister, the leadership of our Principal Secretary, the guidance from KSADC, the vision of our Chairman, the support of our sponsors, and the collective strength of our partners, we are confident that Kerala will soon emerge as the national leader in bioeconomy. Thank you all once again for being part of BioConnect 3.0 and for your continued support in shaping the future of Kerala's life science sector. Before moving out, I would like to show a quick recap of the last 2 days event. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.